મને આસારો નાહી હો મને આસા श्री गुरु चरणे रति ऐसे उत्तम गति श्री गुरु चरणे ऐसे उत्तम ये प्रसाद पूरे सर्व आशा ये प्रसाद पूरे सर्व आशा चकु जान दिलो जय जन्मे जन्मे प्रभु से चकु जान दिलो जय जन्मे जन्मे प्रभु से दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशितो दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशितो श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु आदम जनर बंधु श्री गुरु करुणा आदम जनर बंधु एवे लोकेनाथ लोकेरा जीवन लोकेनाथ लोकेरा जीवन प्रेम भक्ति जहाँ होते अविद्या विनाशा जाते प्रेम भक्ति जहाँ होते अविद्या विनाशा वेदे गाय हर चरितो वेदे गाय हर चरितो श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु आदम जनर बंधु श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु आदम जनर लोकेनाथ लोकेर जीवन लोकेनाथ लोकेर जीवन आहा प्रभु करो दया देह मोरे पदो छया आहा प्रभु देह मोरे पदो एबेजास गुसुक त्रिभुवन एबेजास गुसुक त्रिभुवन श्रीला प्रभुपाद पतित पवन श्रीला प्रभुपाद तपवन गुरुदेव लोइलो शरण गुरुदेव लोइलो शरण जय प्रभुपदा 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 जय प्रभुपदा जय प्रभुपदा जय प्रभुपदा प्रभुपदा जय प्रभुपदा जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी इति नामिने नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी इति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैता गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैता गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैता गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैता गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे हरिहराय नमः कृष्ण यादवाय नमः हरिहराय कृष्ण यादवाय हरिहराय नमः कृष्ण यादवाय नमः हरिहराय नमः कृष्ण यादवाय नमः यादवाय माधवाय केशवाय नमः यादव केशवाय नमः गोपाल गोविंद राम श्री मधुसूदन गोपाल गोविंद राम श्री मधुसूदन गिरिधारी गोपीनाथ मदन मोहन गिरिधारी गोपीनाथ मदन मोहन श्री चैतन्य नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत सीता श्री चैतन्य नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत हरि गुरु वैष्णव भागवत गीता हरि गुरु वैष्णव भागवत गीता श्री रूप श्री सनातन भट्ट रघुनाथ श्री रूप श्री सनातन भट्ट रघुनाथ श्री जीव गोपाल भट्ट दास रघुनाथ श्री जीव गोपाल भट्ट रघुनाथ ये जय गोसाई कोरी चरण वंदन ये जय गोसाई कोरी चरण वंदन जहाँ होते विघ्न नाश अभिष्टा पुराण जहाँ होते नाश अभिष्टा पुराण हे जय गोसाई जार मुहि तारो दास हे जय गोसाई जार मुहि तारो दास शांत बरा पद रेणु मोरा पंचग्रास शांत बरा मोरा पंचग्रास चांदेरा चरण से भक्त सनेवास चांदेरा चरण से भक्त सनेवास जन्म हो यही अभिलाष जन्म हो यही अभिलाष हे जय गोसाई जाबे ब्रज कोइलावास हे जय गोसाई जाबे ब्रज कोइलावास राधा कृष्ण नित्य लीला कोरिलो प्रकाश श्री राधा कृष्ण नित्य लीला लीलो प्रकाश आनंद बोलो गो हरि वृंदावन आनंद बोलो वृंदावन Shri Guru Vaishnava Pade Majayama, Shri Guru Vaishnava Pade Majayama, Shri Guru Vaishnava Pada Padma Koriya, Shri Guru Vaishnava Pada Padma Koriya, Hari Nam Sankirtan Kohe Narottama Das, Hari Nam Sankirtan Kohe Narottama Das. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jai Gauranitai, Jai Gauranitai, 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 Jai Gauranitai, Jaya Mahaprabhu, 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 Jai Mahaprabhu, Jai Mahaprabhu, Jaya Mahaprabhu, Mahaprabhu, Jai Mahaprabhu, Jaya Radha, Madan Mohan Radha, Madan Mohan Radhe, Jai Radha, Madan Mohan Radha, Madan Mohan Radhe, Jai Radhe, Jai Radhe, Jai Radhe, Jai Shri Radhe, Jai Radhe, Jai Radhe, Jai Radhe, Jai Shri Radhe, Jai Lakshmi Narasimha, 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 Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhu, Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev, Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Sing.
Haribo. Haribol. No, we'll stand, Mataji. We stand here. But we do together. Ishvara Parama Krishna Satchidananda Vigraha Anadiradir Govinda Sarvakarana Karanam Sahasrapatra Kamalam Gokulakyam Mahatpadam Tatkarnikaram Tadhama Tadanantangsha Sambhavam Karnikaram Mahadyantram Shatkonam Vajrakilakam Shadanga Shatpadistanam Prakritya Purushena Cha Premananda Mahananda Rasena Vastitam Hiyat Jyoti Rupena Manuna Kama Bijena Sangatam Tatkinjalkam Tadangshanam Tatpatrane Shriyamapi Chatur Asrang Tatparitaha Shvetadvipakyam Adbhutam Chatur Asrang Chatur Murtis Chatur Dhama Chatushkritam Chaturbhe Purushartaischa Chaturbhir Hetubhirvritam Shulay Dashabiranadham Urdvado Digvidikshvapi Ashtabir Nidibir Jushtam Ashtabis Siddhibistata Manurupaishcha Dashabir Dikpalai Paritobhritam Shyamayr Gauraishcha Raktaishcha Shuklaishcha Parshadarshabhai Shobhitam Shakti Bistabhir Adbhutabhi Samantataha Evam Jyotirmayo Deva Sadananda Paratparaha Atma Ramasya Tasyasti Prakrityana Samagamaha Mayaya Ramamanasya Naviyogastaya Saha Atmana Ramaya Reme Tyaktakalam Shishikshaya Niyati Sarama Devi Tatpriya Tadvashang Tada Tallingam Bhagavan Shambhur Jyotirupa Sanatanaha Yayoni Sa Parashakti Kamo Bijam Mahadhare Lingayonyatmika Jata Ima Maheshwari Praja Shaktiman Purusha Soyam Lingarupi Maheshwaraha Tasminna Virabhulinge Mahavishnu Jagatpatihi Sahasrasirsha Purushaha Sahasraksha Sahasrapat Hasrabahur Vishwatma Sahasrangsha Sahasrasuhu Narayana Sa Bhagavan Apastasmat Sanatanat Avirasit Karanarno Nidhi Sankarshanatmakaha Yoga Nidrangatastasmin Sahasrangsha Swayam Mahan Tadroma Bilajaleshu Bijam Sankarshanasya Cha Haimanyandani Jatani Mahabhuta Vritani Tu Pratyandam Evamekangshad Ekangshad Vishati Swayam Sahasramurdha Vishwatma Mahavishnu Sanatanaha Vamangad Asrajad Vishnum Dakshinangad Prajapatim Jyotirlingamayam Shambhum Kurchadveshad Avasrajad Ahankaratmaka Vishwam Tasmade Tadvyajayata Athattaistrividarveshar Leelam Mudbhatak Kila Yoga Nidra Bhagavati Tasya Shri Rivasangata Sisrikshayam Tato Nabhis Tasma Padmam Viniryayo Tannalam Hemanalinam Brahmano Lokam Adbhutam Tatvani Purvarudani Karanani Parasparam Samavaya Prayogacha Vibhinnani Pritak Pritak Chitchaktya Sajjamanota Bhagavan Adipurushaha Yojayan Mayaya Devo Yoga Nidrama Kalpayat Yojayitva Tutanyeva Pravivesha Swayam Guham गुहां प्रविष्टे तस्मिंस्तु द्विजात्मा प्रतिबुध्यते स नित्यो नित्यसम्बन्धः प्रकृतिश्च परायव स एवं सर्वात्मसम्बन्धं नाभ्यं पद्मं हरेरभूत् तत्र ब्रह्माद्भवद्भूयश्चतुर्वेदी चतुर्मुखः संजातो भगवच्छक्त्या तत्कालं किल चोदितः शिश्रीक्षायां मतिं चक्रे पूर्वसंस्कारसंस्कृतः ददर्श केवलं द्वान्तं नान्यत् किमपि सर्वतः उवाच पुरतस्तस्मै तस्य दिव्या सरस्वती कामकृष्णाय गोविन्द हे गोपीजन इत्यपि वल्लभाय प्रियावाणेर्मन्त्रं ते दास्यति प्रियम् तपस्त्वं तप एतेन तव सिद्धिर्भविष्यति अतत्तेऽपि स सुचिरं प्रीणन् गोविन्दमव्ययम् श्वेतद्वीपपतिं कृष्णं गोलोकस्थं परात्परम् प्रकृत्या गुणरूपिण्या पर्युपासितं सहस्रदलसम्पन्ने कोटिकिञ्जल्कबृंहिते भूमिश्चिन्तामणिस्तत्र कर्णिकारे महासने समासीनं चिदानन्दं ज्योतिरूपं सनातनम् शब्दब्रह्ममयं वेणुं वादयन्तं मुखाम्बुजे विलासिनी गणवृतं स्वैश्वरं शरभिष्टुतम् अत वेणुनिनादस्य त्रयीमूर्तिमयी गतिः स्फुरन्ति प्रविवेशाशु मुखाब्जानि स्वयंभुवः गायत्रीं गायतस्तस्मादभिगत्य सरोजजः संस्कृतश्चादिगुरुणा द्विजात्मा अगमत्तता त्रया प्रबुद्धोत विद्धिर्विज्ञात तत्त्वसागरः तुष्टाववेदसारेण स्तोत्रेणानेन केशवम् चिन्तामणि प्रकरसत्मसुकल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मीसहस्रशतसम्भ्रमसेव्यमानं गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि वेणुं क्वानन्तमरविन्ददलायताक्षं बार्हावतां समसिताम्बुदसुन्दराङ्गं कन्दर्पकोटिकमनीयविशेषशोभं गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि आलोलचन्द्रकलसत्वनमाल्यवंशी रत्नान्गदं प्रणयकेलिकलाविलासं श्यामं त्रिभङ्गललितं नियतप्रकाशं गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि अङ्गानि यस्य सकलेन्द्रियवृत्तिमन्ति पश्यन्ति पान्ति कलयन्ति चिरं जगन्ति आनन्दचिन्मय सदुज्ज्वलविग्रहस्य गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि अद्वैतम् अच्युतमनादिमनन्तरूपम् आद्यं पुराणपुरुषं नवयौवनं च वेदेषु दुर्लभमदुर्लभमात्मभक्तौ गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि पन्तास्तु कोटिशतवत्सरसम्प्रगम्यो वायोरथापि मनसो मुनिपुङ्गवानां सोऽप्यस्ति यत्प्रपदसिम्य विचिन्त्य तत्ते गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि एकोऽप्यसौ रचयितुं जगदण्डकोटिं यच्छक्तिरस्ति जगदण्डचयायदन्तः अण्डान्तरस्थपरमाणुचयान्तरस्थं गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि यद्भावभावितधियो मनुजास्तथैव सम्प्राप्य रूपमहिमासनयानभूषा शुक्तर्यमेव निगमप्रतितैस्तुवन्ति गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि आनन्दचिन्मयरसप्रतिभाविताभिस्ताभिर्य एव निजरूपतया कलाभिः गोलोक एव निवसत्यखिलात्मभूतो गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि प्रेमाञ्जनचुरितभक्तिविलोचनेन सन्तः सदैव हृदयेषु विलोकयन्ति मचिन्त्य गुणस्वरूपं गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि रामादिमूर्तिषु कलानियमेन तिष्ठन् नानावतारमकरोद्भुवनेषु किन्तु कृष्ण स्वयं समभवत् परमः पुमान्यो पुरुषं तमहं भजामि यस्य प्रभा प्रभवतो जगदण्डकोटि कोटिष्वशेषवसुधादिविभूतिभिन्नं तद्ब्रह्मनिष्कलम् अनन्तमशेषभूतं गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि माया हि यस्य जगदण्डशतानि सूते त्रैगुण्यतद्विषयवेदवितायमाना सत्त्वावलम्बि परसत्त्वं विशुद्धसत्त्वं गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि आनन्दचिन्मयरसात्मतया मनस्सु य प्राणिनां प्रतिफलं स्मरतामुपेत्य लीलायितेन भुवनानि जयत्यजस्रं गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोलोकनाम्नि निजदाम्नि तले च तस्य देवी महेश हरिधाम सुतेषु तेषु ते प्रभावनिचया विहिताश्च येन गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि सृष्टिस्थितिप्रलयसाधनशक्तिरेखा चाये वयस्य भुवनान् बिभर्ति दुर्गा इच्छानुरूपमपि यस्य च तिष्ठते सा गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि क्षीरं यथा दधिविकारविशेषयोगात् सञ्जायते न हि ततः पृथगस्ति हेतो यः शम्भुतामपि तथा समुपैति कार्यात् गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि दीपाचिरेव हि दशान्तरमाभ्युपेत्य दीपायते विवृतहेतुसमानधर्मा यस्तादृगेव हि च विष्णुतया विभाति गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि यः कारणार्णवजले भजति स्म योगं निद्रामनन्तजगदण्डसरोमकूपः आधारशक्तिमवलम्ब्य परां स्वमूर्तिं गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि यस्यैकनिश्वसितकालमतावलम्ब्य जीवन्ति लोमविलजा जगदण्डनाथा विष्णुर्महान् स इह यस्य कलाविशेषो गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि भास्वान्यथा स्म सकलेषु निजेषु तेज स्वीयं कियत् प्रकटयत्यपि तत्त्वदत्र ब्रह्माय एष जगदण्डविधानकर्ता गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि यत्पादपल्लवयुगं विनिधाय कुम्भ द्वन्द्वे प्रणामसमये सगणादिराजा विघ्नान् विहन्तुमलमस्य जगत्त्रयस्य गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि अग्निर्मही गगनमाम्बुमरुद्दिशश्च कालस्ततात्ममनसीति जगत्त्रयाणि तस्माद्भवन्ति विभवन्ति विशन्ति यं च गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि यच्चक्षुरेष सविता सकलग्रहाणां राजा समस्तसुरमूर्तिरशेषतेजा यस्य ज्ञया भ्रमति संवृतकालचक्रो गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि धर्मोतपापनिचयाश्रुतयस्तप्रांसि ब्रह्मादिकीटपतकावदयश्च जीवा यद्दत्तमात्रविभव प्रकटप्रभावा गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि यस्त्विन्द्रगोपमतवेन्द्रमहो स्वकर्मा बन्धानुरूपफलभाजनमातनोति कर्माणि निर्दहति किन्तु च भक्तिभाजां गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि यं क्रोधकामसहज प्रणयादिभीति वात्सल्यमोह गुरुगौरवसेव्यभावये सञ्चिन्ततस्य सदृशीं तनुमापुरेते गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि श्रिया कान्ता कान्ता परमपुरुषकल्पतरवो द्रुमा भूमिश्चिन्तामणि गणमयी तोयममृतम् कथागानं नाट्यं गहनमपि वंशी प्रियसखी चिदानन्दं ज्योति परमपि तदस्वाद्यमपि च स यत्र क्षीराब्धि श्रवति सुरभिभ्यश्च सुमहान् निमेषाढ्याख्यो वा व्रजति न हि यत्रापि समयः भजे श्वेतद्वीपं तमहमिह गोलोकमिति यं विदन्तस्ते सन्तः क्षितिविरलाचारा कतिपये अथो वाचा महाविष्णुर्भगवन्तं प्रजापतिं ब्रह्मन् महत्त्वविज्ञाने प्रजासर्गे च चेन्मतिः पञ्चश्लोकीम् इमां विद्यां वत्स दत्तां निबोध मे प्रबुद्धे ज्ञानभक्तिभ्याम् आत्मज्ञानन्दचिन्मयी उदेत्यनुत्तमा भक्तिर्भगवत्प्रेमलक्षणा प्रमाणैस्तत्सदाचारैस्तदभ्यासैर्निरन्तरं बोधयन् आत्मनात्मानं भक्तिम् अप्युत्तमं लभेत् यस्य श्रेयस्करं नास्ति यया निवृत्तिम् आप्नुयात् या साधयति माम् एव भक्तिं साम् एव साधयेत् धर्मान् अन्यान् परित्यज्य माम् एकं भज विश्वसन् यादृशी श्रद्धा सिद्धिर्भवति तादृशी कुर्वन् निरन्तरं कर्म लोकोऽयम् अनुवर्तते तेनैव कर्मणा ध्यायन् मां परां भक्तिम् इच्छति अहं हि विश्वस्य चराचरस्य बीजं प्रदानं प्रकृतिपुमांश्च मया हितं तेज इदं बिभर्षि विदेहि त्वमतो जगन्ति ईश्वरा परमकृष्णा सच्चिदानन्दविग्रह अनादिरादिर्गोविन्द सर्वकारणकारणम् इति श्रीब्रह्मसंहितसम्पूर्णं हरिः ओम्.
Is this right here because of the camera? Or?
Actually, it's not right place.
Yeah. Also, if Gurmar is going to be sitting there, I won't sit. I'll just sit here. And I may take one of these. And I'll take the table.
Do you need any particular Shastra?
Bhagavad Gita, it's here. And the iPod. Or the iPhone. In the
Is it your water bottle for me?
yes, in the introduction to Bhagavad Gita, Srila Prabhupada writes that there's need for only one Shastra, the iPhone. All other books are in it.
Can I keep it there? Yeah. Because yesterday it looks like even video failed. I will try to restore it.
Oh,
It was failed, half of the portion, and Prabhu told me that the first portion won't play. I will try to restore it actually, but let's see. Another
why?
portion
Because camera overheated? Or?
Huh? No, it was. How was it doing? Doing this online broadcast, and this online broadcast was interrupted. So you have to restart the software.
So, but
while lecture. And while they
oh, you mean
broadcasted-
last night's?
Yeah, last night, yes.
Oh, why don't they record on a hard drive?
It's crazy setup.
Hmm.
So I'll try to restore this video, but it is sound, we have sound. I put this as a backup yesterday, and Maharaj actually recorded actually failed as well in the meeting.
Oops.
I guess we need to do backups these days. Okay.
Okay, gotta be careful what I say.
Okay, it's
Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Janna Vallabha Girivaradari Yashodanandana Brajajanaranjana Yashodanandana Brajajanaranjana Yamuna Tiravanachari Yamuna Tiravanachari Dada Madhava Kunjabihari Dada Madhava Kunjabihari So do you mind sitting closer? Because this lecture is for you. And they just happen to be here. Yes, that's good. Om Agyanatimirandasya Ginanjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Mukham Karati Vachalam Pangum Langate Girim Yatkripa Tamaham Pante Shri Gurum Dinataranam Panchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindubhyaiva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrindam. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. By the way, compliments to whoever's operating your technical aspect of the temple. The sound's great. It's crisp. So I was asked by Solan's Bhakti Vikasa Swami to speak on two topics, basically deliver two lectures. One is on the topic of the 10 offenses to be avoided in the process of chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. And the other one is on the topic of Diksha or initiation. Now this is something that Maharaj does on a regular basis. He always has some of his disciples speak instead of him. And then afterwards he also sometimes speaks. Could that door be closed back there or something? So first I will speak about the 10 offenses to the holy name, and I assume everyone here knows the offenses, and so we'll go through them. But before we do that, it is important to understand that the process of chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra is not an ordinary process. As a matter of fact, at the end of the Vedas, the Vedic conclusion is that this is the process. As a matter of fact, the Bhagavatam, which is considered the essence of the Vedas, which is the summary, the explanation of the Vedanta Sutra, and Vedanta Sutra is considered to be like all of the Vedas packed in one thing. And then the Bhagavatam is a commentary that gives a direct meaning and explanation of these sutras. The Bhagavatam begins and ends, and it's full, replete with the statements how one should chant the holy names of God, Shri Hari. I saw you have a slide. Holy name of Shri Hari. Surely ought that be. It ends with this statement, and also in the beginning, I was thinking of the verse in the 6th canto. It's very emphatic. Etavan eva lokesmin pumsa dharma para smritaha. That the ultimate dharma, pumsa dharma para smritaha. That smriti means to remember or consider. So one should consider this process, etavan eva lokesmin. Bhakti yoga bhagavati tannama grahanadibihi. That the performance of bhakti yoga, any nama graha, means to hold the name. And to respectfully take the name, hold it and worship it. It's considered the parodharma for the human being. In other words, we have many duties, but this is the ultimate duty, which is very interesting. It doesn't even say, I don't know, many things that we do in the process of devotional service, but it narrows it down. Like this is the ultimate worship, ultimate dharma of the human being to perform bhakti yoga and nama grahanadibi. Specifically, obviously, chanting Krishna's names included in the process of bhakti yoga. But within that process of bhakti yoga, the chanting of holy names is most important. Why do we concern ourselves with the 10 offenses? Why do we, I hope we're afraid of committing the offenses to the holy name. Why do we concern ourselves with that? Primary reason is, well, there are two reasons and they're connected. In a sense, they're inseparable. One reason is that the name of Krishna is none different from Krishna. Nama Chintamani Krishna Chaitanya Rasa Vigraham Purna Shuddha Abhinatvam Nama Nama Abhinna. You cannot, Bina means like to count or to, like in Sankhya, you separate things by counting. So you cannot separate the nama from the namina, from the named. So name and the named are the same. So for that reason, to offend the name is to offend Krishna. And if we're seeking relationship with Krishna, how do you get to establish relationship with someone who you're offensive towards? That means you don't want a relationship. Even if the other person does not find himself offended, let's say, and Krishna is pretty magnanimous, so you may kind of overlook that, right? But still, if we're offensive, it means we don't want a relationship. And we find this phenomena, psychological phenomena, in human beings, that we are saying one thing and doing another, right? We see this people doing all the time. We probably find ourselves doing this often. And the worst is when we do this in the process of Krishna consciousness, and more specifically when it comes to the process of chanting Krishna's names. Krishna, we find ourselves in ignorance in the material world. We find ourselves in ignorance in the material world. And the things that remove this ignorance are the things that we say purify us. So purification is really purification or removal of ignorance. And now Krishna is this cleaning agent that removes ignorance, and that is stated, Krishna is compared to the sun, and the illusions compared to the darkness. Whenever sun is present, there is no darkness. Darkness is removed by Krishna. But Krishna appears in many different forms. There are agents of Krishna. Of course, Krishna's name is not different from him. There are many different agents of Krishna, such as the spiritual teacher, such as the Shastra, Krishna's name, and on and on and on. The process of devotional service, paraphernalia, all these are agents of Krishna. And they carry the same potency as Krishna. They're meant to remove the darkness. So if we're offensive towards these, we're separating ourselves from them. What we're doing, these are agents that are meant to deliver us from the bondage of ignorance. And if we're disrespectful towards them, we're putting ourselves in a difficult position. Therefore, we see that the result of offenses is ignorance. In the Bhagavatam, we have the example of, was it Saubhari Muni, right, who offended Garuda. And because he offended Garuda, he saw two fish mating, and he became agitated. So much so they came out of the water and married something like 50, was it about 50? I think it was 50 princesses. Not just one or two or three or five, but 50. I think it was 50. It was a large number, whatever it was. So, and why he was meditating underwater. He wasn't even on the land. There's nothing going on underwater except a few fish here and there pass by. But because he offended Garuda, the ignorance kicked in. And artificially it appeared that the fish, the two copulating fish, induced him to develop material desires. That is artificial explanation. The real explanation is that he had offended a Vaishnava, an agent of Krishna. And therefore ignorance came about. And having been captured by ignorance, he acted ignorantly, like that. So it is imperative to not commit offenses, and especially not commit offenses to the holy name in this particular case. Now, the Bhagavatam also states that in this age of Kali, Kalir dosha niderajan, right? There are mistakes everywhere. Everything's wrong. And everything's so wrong that we sort of become accustomed to it and we don't even see how everything is wrong. But everything is wrong. You cannot find a single thing that's right. Just everything is wrong. And even what appears to be right is just a presentation of something that's terribly wrong. So even acceptance of that little good thing brings with it a ton of badness. So in this way, everything in this age is wrong. But there's one little thing Bhagavatam says. There's one little thing which is not a little thing, which is an amazing thing. And that is that in this age, there's this very simple recommended process of chanting Krishna's names. And so taking Krishna Nam is by far the most important thing that can ever happen to a living entity in the material world. It is also described in the Bhagavatam, Kriteya Dhyato Vishnum, that there are different ages, and throughout these ages there are different processes, and the process for the age of Kali is the process of Harinam Sankirtanam. Kalau Tadhari Kirtanat. Also in the Upanishads it is stated that Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Iti Shodashaka Namnam, Kali Kalmashanashanam. That in all of the Vedas, Sarva Vedeshu Drishyati, in all of the Vedas you will not find a better process of purification than the chanting of Hare Krishna mantra. This is very important because in the Upanishads you won't find many mantras like this. So it is very important that the mantra that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gave to us for chanting, it's right there in the Upanishads. And not only that, but it is stated that you will not find anywhere in the Vedas as good of a process as the process of chanting this mantra. Maybe perhaps later we can discuss, depending how much time we have, why this mantra. It's not arbitrary. There's reason. So first offense is satam ninda, the disrespect towards sata or sadhu. An interesting sadhu or holy person. And interestingly enough, Srila Prabhupada, the way Prabhupada translated this, or interpreted this, or put it in English for us, he said that one should not offend a devotee who has dedicated himself, herself to the propagation of the holy name of the Lord. In other words, what Prabhupada is saying, that of all of the sadhus, one who is serving the holy name by giving holy name to others is the greatest of sadhus. And to offend any saintly person, and that's all of you here, and many more, is not a good thing. And this is don't take this easy, this is a very difficult thing to do for all of those who are not neophytes. And unfortunately, somehow or other, for some weird reason, everyone begins as a neophyte. It's the very definition of a neophyte. A beginner, one who begins. And we all begin from this point. What is this point? The point is that Archayam eva haraye pujitam shradayehate natat bhakteshu chanyeshu sabhakta prakrita smritaha. That one who worships the deity but does not worship devotees and non-devotees is considered a prakrita bhakta, or bhakta but prakrita. Prakriti means matter. So prakrita bhakta means materialistic devotee or the beginner. And instead of seeing even contaminated devotees, instead of seeing them as a window, an opening out of a building that's ablaze, that's on fire, we some or other tend to see devotees as an obstacle. And then when we try to see devotees not like that, then we neophyte, right? The neophyte tends to see devotees in an artificial way. Yeah, they're all pure. They're not pure, but don't be offensive. And this is very important in Upadeshamrita, therefore it's stated that one should be careful how one associates with devotees. So therefore, a neophyte, one who has taken to the process of Harinam, we can offer obeisances from a distance. In other words, not intimately associate with. But those who have taken with great vow the process of Krishna consciousness, more specifically the process of Harinam, and who are therefore becoming purified, we can make friends with them. And those who are very advanced, like the Uttama Adhikaris, those devotees we should serve with all our heart and soul, so to speak. We don't have a soul, we are a soul. I'm just using English terminology, which is very inaccurate, but anyhow. So we should not offend anyone, but of all of the sadhus has understood, like in the Bhagavad Gita, Srila Prabhupada states that one who is practicing Krishna consciousness but is not teaching it to others has an imperfect realization of Krishna consciousness. Therefore, the greatest servitor of Krishna and of holy name is one who has understood this. who has understood the value of Krishna Nam, Krishna's name, and therefore has made this the mission of his life, to give the name to everyone, like Yamunacharya, right? He was told, here's this amazing mantra. Here's this amazing mantra, but I'm telling it to you in secrecy, and make sure you don't tell it to anyone. And it was like, I'm going to offend my guru. I mean, if this is true, that this mantra will help the whole world, that it has such a power of deliverance, then I'll go to hell by offending my guru, but I'll tell everyone. And then wherever he climbed up some tall building or whatever, and he was shouting the mantra. So that is a perfect understanding of this mantra. So one should not offend a sadhu, and specifically sadhu who has made the propagation of Krishna's name a mission. Now the second offense has Srila Prabhupada. Well, yeah. There are two meanings. There's one that Srila Prabhupada gave, and there's another one that's also there. Shivasya Shri Vishnur, that to think that Krishna's name, that Krishna and Krishna's name are equal to the names of different other devas, different divinities, different beings, different demigods, different whatever you want to call them. This is an offense. This is an offense to the holy name. Why is this an offense to the holy name? Because it isn't true. Because it isn't true. The truth is that Krishna's name, because we're dealing with Krishna, is superior to all other beings. Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In the Vedas, even in the Bhagavatam, different demigods are sometimes described as supreme. But for example, 4th canto, Daksha Yagya, right? Daksha was performing Yagya, and after all that mess, he offended Shiva, and Shiva offended him and made them destroy the whole arena of sacrifice and all of that. At the end, they went to Lord Shiva, offered obeisances, apologized, and begged him to come back so they could resume the sacrifice, and they resumed the sacrifice, and then finally Vishnu appears, right? And then everyone bows down. Everyone bows down. Shiva, Brahma, let alone Shiva and Brahma are the highest positions in the material world and even beyond. And yet when Vishnu appeared, they all bowed down. So to think that there are many different devas and they're all the same is a terrible mistake. It's to call Vishnu for what Vishnu is not. Also we see in Indra Puja, right? When Brajbasis wanted to perform Indra Puja. And then Krishna talked them into worshipping rather a hill. Krishna is a joker, big time joker. I mean, of course, there's more to it, but just externally looking, told him, no, don't worship that deva, worship a hill. Indra's pride was crushed. And what is the point? The lesson that Krishna taught there is, again, that there's a difference between God and demigods. To put them all on the same level is to commit an aparad or an offense. Excuse me. Of course, in the Bhagavatam, Srila Prabhupada says that we should respect the demigods, but we should not worship the demigods, especially on the platform, same platform as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The other meaning is that Shiva also means auspicious, that Krishna's name is auspicious like no other name. What is that? Narayana Paras, no, what is it? Yastu Narayanam Devam Brahma Rudra Tridaivata Samatvanaiva Vikshita Sapashandi Bhavet Dhruvam. Very strong language. That one who considers Shiva, Brahma and other devas to be same as Narayana is a Pashandi. Pashandi means, what's a good English equivalent? No. Even more than atheist. It's like an infidel. Very strong language. Pashandi. No. Yeah, but means offender. He's an offender, like very strong language. Something like in English people would say he's an infidel. And he says, Bhavet, the existence of this person is an offensive one. Dhruva means certainly. Dhruva means immovable, certain, no doubt, like that. So very strong language. So it's very important to understand. Also in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, Matha parataram na anyat. There's no one that is equal to or superior than me. Because ultimately we have to understand that in the existence there is a supreme person. Ultimately there is the final boss. There are many bosses, but ultimately there is the final boss, and that is Krishna or Vishnu Narayan, like that, Vishnu Tattva. And to call Krishna's name thinking that this is some kind of a demigod or something like that is to make an offense. We will not get the appropriate result, which is Krishna Prema. Bahu janma koti yadish ravanam kirtanam tabutana paya Krishna pade premdan. That you could be reciting Krishna's names for countless lifetimes. Bahu janma koti. Many, many births. One could be reciting Krishna's names and not get Krishna Prem, or develop love of Krishna. So it's not just a matter of chanting Krishna's name. There has to be some quality to it. So like that, to recite Krishna's name while thinking this is one of the gods, this will never produce bhakti. And one will have to stay within the material existence. The third offense is guror avagya, to disrespect the spiritual teacher. The holy name is given by the spiritual teacher, and somehow or other, Krishna has set a system that in bhakti, in devotional service, we offer our service through other devotees. And these devotees are our teachers. Even if one is to make it to the spiritual world right now, one would find a hierarchy. There is a hierarchy. In other words, there are arrangements for Krishna's pastimes. So, especially here on the material plane, what we are offering in neophyte states is actually not bhakti. That is wannabe bhakti, but it's not bhakti. Bhakti is a serious thing. Bhakti is pure. What we're doing is, at best, sadhana bhakti. We're trying to perform devotional service. And because we do that through the appropriate chain of authority, through the spiritual teacher and so on, this service is finally accepted. And because it is accepted, we make progress in spiritual life. So one should not jump over spiritual teacher. Even Krishna himself had a spiritual teacher. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu accepted the spiritual. These are important lessons. It's not that they needed it. Because sometimes we tend to think of Krishna consciousness only in terms of jnana or knowledge. Like I learned something, right? I attend a seminar and I learned something. But Krishna consciousness is not jnana. Krishna bhakti rasa bhavitamatihi kriyatam yadi kutopi lavit. So Krishna Krishna consciousness is rasa. Krishna bhakti rasa. How do you translate it into English? God knows. So rasa is this emotional, mental, spiritual, whatever you want to call it. I mean, there are no English words for it. State. That is the state of our consciousness. It's not what we technically learn, but it is an experience. And therefore, to have this experience, it's not just a matter of studying things. There's a spiritual teacher. We go through this. We offer our service through the spiritual teacher. And we'll often find that even spiritual teacher will have us offer service through other disciples of the same spiritual teacher or other, whatever, like that. So one should not offend the spiritual teacher. This is very important. All these 10 offenses, this is like trying to boil this amazingly awesome already means amazing, this awesome reality down to small formulas so that the ignorant can have a glimpse. So one should not offend the spiritual teacher. As a matter of fact, Srila Prabhupada would often say that yasya, what is it? Yasya prasadat bhagavat prasada. That by the grace of the spiritual teacher, one gets the grace of God. Then next, one should not offend the Shastra. So not offend Guru. Okay, first we got the holy name right. Okay, then don't offend the Shastra. Then don't offend the Guru. Now we don't offend the Shastra. One should not offend the Shastra because I said initially, Shastra is another agent of God. As a matter of fact, it is stated in the Bhagavatam that after Krishna departed from this world was left to darkness. But no worries, there was the sun in the form of Bhagavad Purana that had arisen as Krishna had departed. So to offend any of these agents is like biting the hand that feeds you. Do they have a saying like that in India, something like that? Same like that. Same.
It's like making a hole in the plate you eat.
Oh. Oh yeah, that's a good one too. Yep. But actually this is better because even before you get anything on your plate, there's the hand that's wanting to feed you and you're barking. You're like, don't get close because I'll bite you. Then you're not going to get nourished. So, Shruti Shastra Nindanam. One should not offend the Shastra. So how does one offend Shastra? Any thoughts? How could one offend a Shastra or scripture? Oh, that's very good. That's supremely important what you just said. That I know better than Shastra. It is an essential part of Krishna consciousness to understand that I've tried this, that, and the other thing, and darn, somehow or other didn't work. In English they say, when everything else fails, read the instructions. And you see people often, they buy, a thing that needs assembly, so they unpackage the thing and without reading instructions, they try to assemble it. And then if they fail, time and time again, then okay, I'll read the instructions. So that is kind of our position. That we try to succeed at life, but we fail, and then at that point we give up and we say, okay, let me see whether Krishna can do it. So Shastra is like the instructions, the manual that accompanies a product. And the product is this world, this existence, the totality. There's really lots that could be said about this, but yeah, maybe some other time. Actually, I will say that. So when it comes to looking at the world, when it comes to interpreting this world, one who has made the process of chanting Krishna's name, the process of one spiritual process, one should learn to see the world through the eyes of the Shastra. Of course, when we read Shastra, and we'll come to the next offense, we do interpret. We cannot fail to. Interpretation means to translate something. Misinterpretation, sometimes word interpretation is used in the sense of misinterpretation. But interpretation is always there. Like if I look at this, I interpret this to be black color because that's how I see it. Right? And if you tell me amigo, then I interpret that to mean friend because I happen to know that Spanish word, right? And if I did know that word, I would require an interpreter who would translate the word for me. So we always interpret. But when it comes to interpretation of the Shastra, we have to be careful to interpret the Shastra on its own terms, guided by the spiritual teacher and the sadhu. In other words, other devotees. Rather than try to, not only interpret the Shastra, but interpret the knowledge that the Shastra gives about this world. So basically what we're doing, we're interpreting life, we're interpreting world, we're trying to make a sense of it all. We have to do that by juggling the instructions, the statements of the Shastra or the scripture. That is appropriate Krishna conscious process. And until we do that, we're committing one of the offenses to the holy name, and to that extent, the process of chanting Hare Krishna will not have full effect. Traditionally, Shastra was worshipped, was kept on the altar, and very often people will have the standards where you had to take a bath before even approaching the Shastra, like that. And I've seen it in India nowadays also, that if someone's reading Shastra, they sit regally, they don't lay down like on a sofa. Put their feet up or something. But because out of respect for the Shastra, this whole culture has built around respect for the Shastra. Never keep it. One reason why we have this table is so that the Shastra is not below our waist. So it's above the waist. And this way we develop some respect for the scripture. Okay, then the next offense is one should not misinterpret Shastra. And Srila Prabhupada put it, one should not give a, mundane interpretation of the Shastra. This is also very important, because misinterpretation of the Shastra will also lead to unwanted result. So we should see Shastra as Krishna speaking through it. Respect it so, and when it comes to the interpretation of the Shastra, we also have to practice appropriate process for understanding Shastra. Because that also requires some intelligence, right? When you read something, you have to understand how that applies. And no book can tell you everything about life in one sentence. So therefore you'll find in one place one thing stated, and then in another place some other thing stated, and you may scratch your chin thinking, how does this work? Because life and the world is complex. Srila Prabhupada wrote in the Bhagavad Gita that it is, fourth chapter, what is it? Perplexing. What's the word Prabhupada used? Confusing. Can't remember right now. and therefore one should approach a spiritual teacher. Anyhow. I think it's 434. But it does, yeah. It's not crucial, but if you want to look it up. I know. I just want to move on. So, so one needs to learn to go about interpreting the meaning of the Shastra by appropriate methodology. And that methodology is under the guidance of the Guru and the Sadhu. One should not make wild speculations about the meaning of Shastra. And Krishna knows, I've seen it so many times where devotees made this mistake. And then eventually the same thing happened, which always happens when offenses kick in, and that is ignorance. Ignorance comes about and they leave the process of Krishna consciousness or become quite bizarre. Then, the sixth offense is that one should not we may hear a lot of things about the process of chanting of Hare Krishna. We may think that this is some kind of exaggeration. And to the extent we think like that, we're putting a block in front of ourselves, not wanting to make further progress in the process of chanting of Hare Krishna. Because we have to understand that our experience, not only of Krishna consciousness and Krishna conscious elements, but our experience of the whole world depends on our consciousness. The state of our consciousness determines what we see when we look. In the Bhagavatam example is given that the business person, wherever the business person goes, sees what? Business opportunities. A sadhu will see a combination of matter and souls, but the business person will simply see business opportunities. And Bhagavatam also says that the lusty person will simply see objects for indulgence in kama, depending on our consciousness. So similarly, when we first come in contact with Krishna's name, we may not understand what in the world we have chanced upon. And you see this often when people, when they start the process of chanting Hare Krishna, their minds are like helicopters, you know, checking out everything around everywhere. You know, the mind cannot focus on the holy name because there's no that experience. They're reciting the name, but they're not finding much in it. This is not the problem of the name. This is the problem of the consciousness. So as the consciousness becomes purified, one finds more and more and more in the holy name of Krishna. So one should not think it to be any kind of exaggeration. The glories of the holy name. Namno baladyasya hi papa buddhi. Srila Prabhupada's, well, I heard him say it twice, and yeah, that once he said that the greatest of all offenses is the first offense, to offend sadhu. But he also said that this offense that we're about to discuss right now is the greatest offense. And what is that offense? Yes, please. Yes. That we have come to understand that the holy name has this repudiating power. So therefore, I can commit abominable activities thinking that afterwards I'll just chant Hare Krishna and everything will be fine. And I remember first time I heard this, I grew up in a Catholic family where, I mean, I'm not here to bash Catholics, but certain people, certain communities, at certain points in time developed certain ideas. And certainly the community, the religious community where I grew up with my parents and all that, certainly developed this bizarre idea that they could be as offensive, as sinful as they wanted to, as long as they would, at the end of the day, not even call out, but just mentally say, I believe in Jesus Christ. This is the worst of offenses. This is an abomination. So one should never, ever, ever think that because holy name is purifying, therefore I can commit sinful activities. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says that if one by chance commits a sinful activity, Krishna within the heart will purify that devotee, but only under certain circumstances. And what are those circumstances? That devotee has committed this by chance, not by volition, not by planning. It's kind of small. Will that fit over my head? Maybe you untie it first. Or here. Here. And I'll take it with me. Nature is so beautiful, right? What a beautiful color selection. That I will commit sinful activities and then the holy name will purify that. So no, in the Gita, Krishna says that he will purify, but only if you have committed sinful activity unintentionally. Unintentionally, and the other requirement, what's the other requirement, does anyone know? No, the other requirement for Krishna purifying your heart from the residue of sinful activity is, correct, that the devotee is still determined to continue on the path of Krishna consciousness. In other words, the devotee is aspiring for purity. And that's what it means to be in Krishna consciousness, not to wear tilak and certain clothing and be at certain physical locations and blah 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 at certain times of the week, like once a week. Go to your church or temple. But means to really wanting to be pure, aspiring for Krishna consciousness. So one who commits this offense is committing a very, very gross offense. Believe it or not, but ultimately, to a larger extent, Vedas deal with materialistic processes, with processes that elevate one materially, and this is materialism in the name of religion. And we find even in the Bhagavad Gita that Krishna rejects the Vedas when the Vedas are speaking in this capacity. So to consider chanting of Hare Krishna as one of the ordinary Vedic activities, such as the Karma Kanda section, right? The fruitive section, this is a great offense to the holy name. And we see this people often, when they're in material calamity, they pray to God. For what? For removal of material calamity. This is misunderstanding of Krishna consciousness. And to approach Krishna's name with this attitude is to completely miss the target. And we see often people like this when their approach to God consciousness is like this. When the things start to go bad materially, they become atheists. Yeah. And I remember my first trip to India, I was so inspired by the religious fervor of people that I witnessed there. And then the next moment, I was so disgusted, because most of it was for material reasons, which I wasn't aware of right away. Because people display so much religious fervor. I remember once at the temple in Los Angeles, I lived there for a while, served there for a while. This one person came and was offering prayers, and you could see it was so intense. And I came close, and he was praying to pass his exam. I was like, wow, did you miss the point? Because majority of religion is dharma, artha, kama. This is not only within Vedic tradition, this is worldwide. People engage in dharma for artha and kama. Artha means wealth, and kama means satisfaction of material desires by the means of this accumulated wealth. And I know, for example, again, my own family, they're from a Catholic tradition, and they themselves are gauging the grace of God in terms of material benefits. God's been very good to me. My kids are healthy and they're all doctors and dentists and lawyers and all these other highly paid vocations. Sometimes they could as well be a terrible curse. You're just entangled in the materialistic understanding of life, not thinking oneself a soul, humble servant of God. So the process of chanting Hare Krishna is not that. It's not meant for that. And even imagine yourself if you were the Supreme Personality of Godhead and all of these people come to you not because of you, but because of what they can get out of you. I would smite them. I'd be angry. So it is practically offensive. Another offense to the holy name is to try to teach the holy name to someone who, or try to teach the holy name to the degree to which a person we're trying to teach it to cannot comprehend. And this is so for a number of reasons. One reason could be, or we could easily imagine that, actually I heard Srila Prabhupada read one, I think it was a letter, I can't remember right now, so much information. But Prabhupada said that if you're trying to distribute the book and a person goes away, it's your fault. So this is sort of the essence of this. If we're trying to give Krishna's name to someone in such a way that will put this person off, then to that extent we're making a mistake. In other words, we have to make an effort to give Krishna's name or the process of chanting Krishna's name to someone in such a way that the person can grasp it, take it, run with it, and actually come to Krishna consciousness completely. Like that. The other meaning is that, so in other words, we have to be sensitive teachers. The other meaning is that there are certain esoteric aspects of Krishna's name, and that should not be taught to a neophyte. Because prematurely revealed, this information may be a ruination of one's life. Like there is a book that describes intimate life of Krishna. And Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur wanted to mass print this book, so in order to preserve it, because that's how you preserve a book. It's mass printed and it's available everywhere. And he forbade, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur forbade Srila Saraswati Thakur to mass print this book. He said, this book has made enough damage. Nothing wrong with the book, but just people are dumb. They're ignorant, so they cannot perceive this, cannot comprehend it right. So that is also an offense. And the 10th offense, if you look at the Sanskrit, it's put very strongly, but the lowest among men, who upon hearing the glories of the holy name do not give themselves to the process of chanting holy names, are offenders. That's also an offense to the holy name. And the way Srila Prabhupada put it is that if we have heard things that are detrimental to the process of chanting Krishna's name, and we don't make an attempt to avoid those activities in such behavior, we're committing an offense to the holy name. And to that extent, we're limiting the effect, the purificatory effect of the holy name. So in other words, if we find out, if we learn that certain things are not conducive to the process of chanting Krishna's name, we have to make effort to not to do that. Like that. And then I'll just tie one more thing in and finish there. It is also offense, sorry, I almost forgot the additional offense. That is to be inattentive while chanting Krishna's name. Sometimes this is said to be the root of all other offenses. That if we chant but we don't try to focus, pay attention to it, then all other offenses come from that. And those of you who have had such experiences can probably relate to it. In Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Purashcharya, or preliminary purificatory process, the idea of a preliminary purificatory process is referred to. Because in the process of, traditionally, in Vedic culture, if you were to engage in a spiritual activity, you have to have had first performed preliminary purificatory activities. And in Vedic culture, children are taken through these purificatory processes. So by the time they're adults, they can perform yagyas and on and on and on. In the process of chanting Krishna's names, chanting of Krishna's names is the preliminary purificatory activity, or Purashcharya. So we do that before, in the middle, and after. So Krishna's name is that which we do for initial purification, and we continue to do that for our purification. That is the process, and even when we become liberated, that still is the process. And so Divyam Jnanam Yato Dadya, this is, I'm tying this all together. Srila Jiva Goswami, I believe, stated, Divyam Jnanam Yato Dadyat Kuryat Papasya Sanshayam Tasma Dikshati Saprokta Deshikas Tattva Kovidaha. Diksha, or initiation, is described. In English, Diksha means, in English, initiation means a beginning, to initiate something, to get something started. So here, Diksha is described as that process which purifies one from all sinful inclinations. The other meaning also is that, I forgot, Divyam Jnanam, the process by which Divya Jnana, or transcendental knowledge, is transferred from the spiritual teacher to to the student. And again, as we mentioned earlier, this is not just a technical knowledge of Krishna consciousness, but this is a whole Krishna conscious experience, the state of mind, the state of consciousness, the bhakti, the rasa. The other meaning of this is that, of course, initiation or diksha certainly involves a ceremony, like we're going to have a ceremony. But in and of themselves, ceremonies have very little potency to purify one from sinful activities or sinful inclinations. So the other meaning of this is that when one comes to this point by purascharya, by preliminary purificatory activities, meaning the chanting of Krishna's names and everything else that's involved in the process of bhakti yoga, one comes to the point of losing this interest in sinful life. That is initiation. That is diksha. So it means both things. Because sometimes we have this naive idea that I will perform a ceremony and I will become an amazing devotee. You can perform billion ceremonies and continue performing billion ceremonies daily if you want and get nowhere. One has to make a conscious effort to become a devotee of Krishna, to become a pure devotee of Krishna. And with that attitude, give oneself to the practices of Krishna consciousness. And diksha, or the beginning, we could say, is then understood when one starts to receive the knowledge from the spiritual teacher and has lost interest in sinful life, and rather has gained interest in spiritual or Krishna conscious life. So I end there. Hare Krishna.
Well spoken. There. We can set that up. Hare Krishna. In the middle position. Om Jnana Timirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurin Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Nama Shrishtam Manamapi Shakchiputram Achvasarupam Rupam Tasya Vajamurupuring Mahaturim Goshtavatim Radha Kundam Girivaramaho Radhika Madhavasham Prapto Yasya Pratita Kripeya Shri Gurum Tam Natosmi Vandeham Shri Guru Shiyataf Parikamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavascha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatam Vitam Tam Sajiva Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Pada Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakam Vitamscha Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare. I don't like to sit above Shastra. Shastra should be above us.
Do you require any of these?
No, not immediately. A few years ago, I was called to a program to speak in Patiala in Punjab, some college there. It's an educational center. I was on a stage in an auditorium, and I came to sit down. There was a table like this in front of me with books, but the seat was above the books, so I adjusted the seat downward so that I didn't sit above the books. after the program, after the speech and the questions and answers session, a Sikh gentleman who was there in Punjab in India. When we say Punjab, nowadays we usually think of Punjab in India, but there's Punjab in Pakistan also. So he said that when I came in, I noticed that the books were placed below the speaker's seat. And I resolved that if the speaker sits above the books, I'll walk out. But you didn't, you adjusted it. Because Sikhs, they have this culture of worship of the Grantha, of the book. So that's why. It's a matter of respect. Another cultural point, which you can think about, it's a suggestion. Last time I was in America in 2012, my next stop after America was Kuwait, where I spoke to an audience or group of Indian Hindus, and it was noticeable to me after being in the West that the men and the women came in and no one said anything to them about it, but automatically they sat, men on one side and women on the other. It was noticeable after being in the West, where in the West you don't do that. They used to do it in the church. I used to attend Catholic church, and the men were on one side and the women on the other. I don't know if they still do that in the Catholic church, but you might consider that, as most of you are from Indian Hindu background, that instead of adopting the Western culture of everything's all the same, you might observe these traditional factors of gender separation, which are meant for our cultural uplift, which means spiritual uplift. So you can think about it. Or you could just do it. But I'll leave that up to you. There's some idea among Indians that it's more advanced to be degraded. The more Western you are, which means the more degraded you are, the better you are. Little reorganization is going on. These things are actually very important. You might think, well, why bother with all these things? But the cumulative effect of it all is that it all helps for our spiritual advancement. It's not minor. All right. Bhakta Dimitri is the object of attention here. Is that correct? No, Krishna should be the object of attention. He and probably most of you who have kindly come to bless this occasion are probably very anxious, well, maybe not very anxious, at least curious about what his new name will be. I'll give you a preview. The name is Das. Once Srila Prabhupada said, in regard to the name of an initiate, that the important part is the word Das. That's the important. Of course, the name is given of Krishna or Krishna Tadiya. That means a devotee of Krishna or something in relation to Krishna. And then the devotee is designated as Das or Dasi. But we have to understand that we are Das. Someone is offered initiation who has shown that they are willing to be a Das and not to be Prabhu. We may call them Prabhu, but they should think, I am Das. Das is short for Das, Anudas, 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 and then you can go on, filling up pages and pages of Anudas, 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 Anudas. But basically that's, the name is Das, the servant. So, now Dimitri can go from Dimitri to Das, and then afterward I'll speak on the topic I was asked to speak, and then after that we can have the yagya. So, please come. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Keho mane, keho na mane, shabtar dash. Jena mane, tar hoy, she do she nash. Some admit it, and some don't admit it, but everyone is his servant. Means Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's servant. Those who don't recognize it, by that very fault they are destroyed. So you can do that better without putting your back, showing your backside to the deity. There are many such points to be observed. So please say the four regulative principles. You have to come a little closer because I didn't get the Ajana Lambita Bhuj status yet. Hopefully in future.
Hare Krishna.
Yeah, announce it to the world. Tell everyone.
No meat eating, as well as fish eating, eggs eating, onions, garlics. No intoxications, including coffee, tea, cacao, chocolate. No illicit sex, which means outside of the marriage and not for purpose of producing Krishna consciousness in kids.
Okay, very good.
And no gambling, which means no movies, no videos, photos, TV, magazines, whatever.
Well, some videos, photos, and magazines are okay, but
Whatever I use for my own enjoyment.
yeah, that's the main point. Yeah, and
Study Srila Prabhupada books,
okay.
lectures.
And how many rounds to chant?
Wake up early in the morning every day and chant minimum 16 rounds a day.
Okay, very good. All right. Well, Dimitri has definitely shown his willingness to be Das, Krishna Das, Vaishnav Das. So he's a good candidate for initiation into the Brahma Madhva Gauriya Sarasvat Vaishnav Sampradaya. This, we often say the Sarasvat Sampradaya, it means coming from Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati. He himself spoke of the Bhakti Vinod Dhara, the flow from Bhakti Vinod. He, in his famous last words, means not his actual life, but his last speech to his disciples, he said, Bhaktivinod dhara kokono ruddha hoibena. The line or the flow of Bhaktivinod will never be blocked or stopped. In this temple, in the Bhaktivinod Dhara Saraswat Sampradaya, under the tutelage of His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, the devotees, under the guidance and inspiration of Vaisheshika Prabhu, are identifying themselves particularly as servants of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. They're taking much inspiration from him. I'm slated to speak about Srila Bhaktivinoda tomorrow, but this is just by way of introduction that I'm giving you a name which Srila Prabhupada gave to one of his disciples, which is a name of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. I'm not giving you the name Bhaktivinoda, I already gave that to one disciple. But I'm giving you the name Kedaranatha Das. Hare Krishna. So I hope you all know that Kedaranatha is you could say the secular name of Bhaktivinoda Thakur, which he often used in his writings also. It is, of course, also a well-known name of Lord Shiva and well-known place of pilgrimage. So that's the name, Kedaranatha Das. Now I should speak about speaking strongly. Last year, was it? No, the year before, I published a book called On Speaking Strongly in Srila Prabhupada's Service, giving many quotations from Srila Prabhupada and previous acharyas of the necessity of speaking strongly in Srila Prabhupada's service. Speaking strongly is often seen to be egoistic, but as it is in service, it's Srila Prabhupada's service, it's not egoistic. If it's actually fully dedicated in service, I compiled that book. It's not only quotations, but there are various anecdotes are given there, and the whole argument for speaking strongly and various considerations of time, place, and circumstance, and discretion and tact, who is qualified to speak strongly. All these points are considered. I originally compiled this as an essay and published it maybe about 15 years ago. And the reason for which I compiled it, I found to be ever more pressing as our movement moves. Movement means it's supposed to move, but it's supposed to move and bring all those that move with it toward Krishna. But my perception is that we're move toward Krishna means we move following in the footsteps of Srila Prabhupada, and that will take us to Krishna. But my perception is that in form and content we are, of course not just my perception, it's a widely held perception, not universally held within our movement, but that our movement is ever increasingly becoming different to that which Srila Prabhupada established. Of course, change is inevitable. This world is not static. The very definition of this world is gacchati iti jagat. Gacchati iti jagat. That which goes, that which moves, is called jagat. So the world is changing, but the truth doesn't change. And although the world changes in various ways, the basic condition of it, which is miserable, does not change. And the basic cause of that misery, which is not recognizing oneself as the servant of Krishna, that also does not change. Although there may be various manifestations of that deeply held envy of Krishna, which may manifest as supposed love for humanity. Isn't that ironic? The love in this world is a manifestation of envy of Krishna. So I felt the need to document this and make a call for our devotees, those who identify themselves as servants of Srila Prabhupada, to serve him in the manner that he taught by his example, to serve him. A recent anecdote in my own life. Last year sometime I recorded some lectures which were meant for broadcasting on a TV station which goes out from England, which is run by a devotee and is largely watched by devotees throughout Europe and different parts of the world. And I proposed to the producer that let's do something different to what you usually do. So I, with his approval, I preached to him somewhat. I gave a series of lectures combating atheism, the so-called scientific, orthodox scientific worldview. And I pointed out various of absurdities of the positions of atheists and so-called scientists, basically reproducing the same arguments that Srila Prabhupada had given, and with some references to recent atheists and scientists and so on. It took quite a few months before that was aired, and the producer, Ramanuja Prabhu, he lives in London, he himself was appreciative of what I'd said. As he told me, he likes straightforward presentations, but he mentioned that some of the feedback had been that, well, we want Krishna Katha. And I took that comment as indicative of the widespread Kanishta mentality of many of our devotees. Kanishta means beginning, neophyte, those who are not very advanced. That they think that if one speaks the philosophy of Krishna consciousness that is meant to combat atheistic views, that it's not Krishna Katha. If you don't directly speak Krishna's name every 2 or 3 minutes minimally, or you don't speak about Krishna's pastimes or beauty or form, it's not Krishna Katha. But we see that Srila Prabhupada himself not only spoke at length about all these topics, combating atheistic ideas, but he directed his disciples to do so. And in the Bhagavatam itself, we have long sections which discuss Sankhya philosophy, theistic Sankhya philosophy. And that there's the long section in Canto 3 discussing Sankhya philosophy. Those of you who listen to Srila Prabhupada's lectures, which I recommend to everyone, will find that over a period of several weeks, while Srila Prabhupada was in Bombay, I can't remember, approximately 1974, he spoke every morning on one verse from these topics, which don't directly describe Krishna's pastimes, or his beauty, or his qualities, or his names, or his forms, but they describe the nature of this material world. And of course it's all in relationship to Krishna. It's Srimad Bhagavatam, the topmost evidence. So the idea that that combating atheistic philosophies, impersonalism, and pseudoscience. Of course, that term pseudoscience is used by what we may call establishment scientists as a convenient term just to dismiss what they don't like. But from our perspective, a lot of what they're doing is pseudoscience. So to combat all of this is not only is it Krishna Katha, but it is our duty as ordered to us by Srila Prabhupada to combat all these things. It's much easier just to, among ourselves, talk about I'm not saying we shouldn't talk about the pastimes of Krishna, certainly we should. But it's easier for us just to have our little religious cocoon in which we, among ourselves, discuss the things that we like to hear without bringing to the world awareness that what they take to be axiomatically correct is actually incorrect. And to show why, and then to show what is actually correct. That is, as I say, it's our duty that's given to us by Srila Prabhupada, and he himself put a lot of energy into, and he very much promoted that his disciples would combat the atheism, especially in the form of this what's called science. In fact, he set up a whole institute called the Bhaktivedanta Institute, which was meant for combating the wrong ideas propagated in the name of science and philosophy, but more emphasis on science. And he said he was willing to put any amount of funds into that from the Bhaktivedanta Book Trust. The Bombay Temple was Srila Prabhupada's pet project, and he was willing to give the whole guest house to only for the Bhaktivedanta Institute. He said, we'll build another one, but you can have that. He wanted to get behind it in a very big way. So to say that this is not Krishna Katha clearly suggests that these devotees, they may be initiated into Srila Prabhupada's movement, but they don't know what Srila Prabhupada's mission is. Even, this must have been, 1986. I know the year, for some reason I know the year. So I went to Italy for the first time, and I visited Villa Vrindavan. Maybe you know, it's another of those big empty castles which got sold, which devotees are able to buy because people can't maintain big empty castles unless you have lots of manpower and lots of money, which at one point our movement did. Now they're again big empty castles, most of them. So I gave a lecture there, and according to the verse, it was about Srila Prabhupada pointing out some of the defects in what is modern science. So I spoke about that. I gave a lecture about it. And afterwards, devotees told me that they hadn't heard a lecture like that in years. That was 1986. Srila Prabhupada departed from this world in 1977. Why is that? When Srila Prabhupada himself regularly spoke on these topics, and when we, his followers, did so also, following his example, why has it become a rarity or practically a non-event? It doesn't happen. It's a non-event in the literal sense of the term. Why is that? Well, I discuss why in this book on speaking strongly in Srila Prabhupada's service. We may develop buildings and many followers and liked by the public and honor. We may have all these things, but if we're not promoting what Srila Prabhupada promoted, and if we, then what's the use? Yasya prasadad bhagavat prasado yasya prasada nagati katopi. If Srila Prabhupada is pleased, then Krishna is pleased. If Srila Prabhupada is not pleased, then whatever else we do, even if we have many followers, lots of money, lots of buildings, lots of prestige, lots of popularity, then it's all useless. There are so many organizations which have lots of money, prestige, name, fame, followers, but they don't even have any pretenses to be Krishna conscious. So what is the value? Our first aim, our focus must be to please Srila Prabhupada, which means to follow him. To follow him, there's not one way of doing that. Well, there is, in one sense there's one way, but there may be various manifestations of that one way. But Srila Prabhupada did speak continually, literally day and night. And much of what he spoke was recorded, it's available. There may be disagreements among his followers over some of the details of things that Srila Prabhupada said, but the message is clear, what we should be doing. So, we should take that to heart. Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Aikya Arna Koriha Mane Asha. We should, this literally means that we should take to heart, make one with our heart the words from the lotus mouth of the Guru and not desire anything else. Bhaktivinoda Thakur is often cited that he was very mild and sweet, whereas Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur was very strong. But it's not black and white in that. Bhaktivinoda Thakur was also strong, as an acharya must be. He's known for being somewhat milder, and Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur explained why that was so. That the actual movement of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had to a large extent become covered. And he had, to infiltrate society at all, he took, or he befriended people who were devotees but not pure devotees. And he, in his magazine, he gave some scope for them. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur didn't give any scope for them. If we see Bhaktivinoda Thakur's writings, sometimes he appeared very liberal, just like in one song of his, he says that don't criticize different people's methods of religion. with clear reference to Christians, but in other writings, I'm paraphrasing here, of course, he wrote, this was in Tattva Vivek, in which he examines various, writing in Bengali, Sanskrit and Bengali, he analyzes various Western philosophies. He himself was trained in his youth, in his education in Western philosophies. So, speaking about Christianity, he said that, first of all, God sent man into this world, and then he sinned by eating the forbidden fruit, as a result of which all mankind has been condemned to suffer, generation after generation. Seeing this, God sent his own Son into the world, who was tortured and killed to deliver mankind from this suffering. And Bhaktivinoda Thakur says that no intelligent person can make any sense out of this whatsoever. Srila Prabhupada made a similar comment when a priest who identified himself as an existentialist, priest said that we have now understood the mystery of Christ, that God has come into this world to suffer for our sins. And Prabhupada said, immediately responded to him, that is rascaldom. The idea that God suffers is rascaldom. Or that he would need to do so to offset our sins. That's also rascaldom, because he is absolute. He can just cancel all your sins. As Krishna says, Savadhaman parityaja mamekam sharanam raja aham tva sava papebhyo mokshayishami mashucha. He can just cancel it out. He doesn't have to suffer to offset our sins. That would mean that the laws of the universe are above God. Then he's not God. Then the laws of the universe are... Anyone who has to suffer to offset someone else's sins means they're also not in control. It means that someone else is in control. Then they're not God. So the whole idea is bizarre and absurd, as is everything else in this world. Various philosophies are invented to try to make sense out of this absurd world. And they may seem to make sense to people who are sworn to absurdity. Among various crazy people, they have various crazy ideas, which to them in their incoherent, babbling state seems to make sense. They may seem to make sense to us also. To the extent that we are insane, we also become attracted to atheistic and demoniac views. That's how Srila Prabhupada translates that verse. Mokhasha mokha karamano mokha jnana vichetasa rakshasing asuring chaiva mohining prakritim shritaha. Srila Prabhupada translates this that those who are thus deluded are attracted to demoniac and atheistic views, and thus their hopes for liberation, their activities, their hopes for liberation and their knowledge are all defeated. It's a little bit different, that's the basic sense. Undoubtedly it is difficult to speak sense among people who think that nonsense is sense. First of all, one has to be convinced that the teachings of Shastra as presented to us by Srila Prabhupada in Parampara, they are perfect and are fully sensible. They are fully in concord with reality. And any deviation from that means discord. So we should be convinced of that. It's difficult to speak strongly among people who think differently, and not only think differently, but they are committed to thinking differently. It's not just on a philosophical basis, but they are just as we want or should want to present Krishna consciousness because we are convinced that it's right and it's good for everyone. So everyone else thinks like that. Anyone who is consciously dedicated to a cause, they think like that also. And thus we have, for instance, living in this area of the world which is could be described as the epicenter or the capital of the gay rights movement. Maybe not Silicon Valley, but just a little bit to the northwest, is it? Then they're convinced that they're right, and this is the way the world should be. And they've made propaganda and they've had their effect. And they think that anyone who disagrees with this is, by that factor, ipso facto, by that fact alone, wrong. Not only wrong philosophically, but morally, and there's something intrinsically wrong with them, evil. It is evil not to accept that gays, as they're called nowadays, have as much right to do what they like as anyone else, as heterosexuals have. So they're convinced of that. And they've done a competent job, I won't say a good job, but a competent job of convincing others. They've turned around centuries of disdain, at the least, for homosexuals, and turned that into acceptance. Not only acceptance, but strong promotion that they have equal rights. Now, I'm just giving that as an example. It's a graphic example. I know if I gave it as an example in many other fora, that this would be called homophobic. Probably according to the standards of the gay rights movement, I am homophobic. But I'm just giving as a graphic example of something that Srila Prabhupada certainly didn't approve of or think was right, but people who promote that think that it is right. We should also know that Srila Prabhupada accommodated or gave scope to all people to take up Krishna consciousness. So we're not against homosexuals per se, although we do not support what they call gay rights. But that's an example of, that particular issue also serves as an example of how difficult it is in the world today, or in much of the world today, to present Krishna consciousness strongly. And as I explain in this book, strongly doesn't necessarily mean that you get up and start shouting and screaming and saying bad names. It can include that, but that is not the essence of it. It means speaking the message of Guru, Sadhu and Shastra without any compromise. The message itself is strong. We don't have to add expletives, although in Shastra itself we find, for instance in Bhagavad Gita, Krishna repeatedly using the word mudha, and sometimes embellishing it by saying vimudha, which means not just a fool and a rascal, but a very confirmed and definite fool and rascal. And not only for... Krishna doesn't just say that Hitler and his cronies are all vimurhas, but he says, what's that verse? Ukramantam stitang vapi bhunjanam vagunan vitam vimurha nanu pashanti jnana chakshusha. He says that persons who do not see how a living being goes from one body to another and is situated in various bodies according to the actions of the three modes of material natures, they are vimurha, big rascals, big fools, big fool. Vimurha nanu pashanti. They do not see according to the teachings of Shastra. But pashanti jnana chakshusha. One who has the eye of knowledge can see. So even to... Murha means fool, a fool means ignorant. And ignorant means that one who acts in ignorance will be a rascal. Srila Prabhupada often used these words almost synonymously, fools and rascals. So that is there, but as I point out in this book, Srila Prabhupada, he often said that it's not enough to say that God is great, one has to know how God is great. So I point out in this book, it's not enough to call someone a fool and a rascal, you have to show them and explain why they are fools and rascals. They should understand. If you just call someone a rascal, they'll become upset, but you have to show that they are fools and rascals. In other words, it has to be a philosophical presentation. It's not meant for amusement, although it may be amusing. Actually, when you're dealing with people who are fools and rascals, they mostly are not amused by all of this. In fact, they may get angry, which can be difficult. Generally we don't like people to become angry with us. There may be cases in which some people may like provoking others and seeing them become angry, but mostly we like that others will like us. And if we speak the message of Bhagavad Gita as it is, there are many things that people will not like. As we saw last night, those of you who are present here, one gentleman quoted from Bhagavad Gita, Ye yata mang prapadyante. And he gave a certain, or in the form of a question, he gave a certain slant on this verse, which I pointed out was incorrect. He wasn't pleased. If I had agreed with him, I would not have pleased Srila Prabhupada. So I had the choice to please him or to please Srila Prabhupada. I had the choice between speaking what he wanted to hear and what he should hear, what he needed to hear. So it's not easy. In this regard, I just yesterday got an email from one of my godbrothers this is an excerpt from that email. He wrote that, we know that a devotee is always to have a humble mood, yet at the same time he must be careful not to fall victim of contemporary New Age thinking that presents I'm okay, you're okay, the trap of mutual flattery. If we do anything that suggests we are more fortunate than others because of our training in Krishna consciousness, then that is quickly misconstrued as ourselves saying, we are better than you. And that is a major turn-off with nearly everyone. So how do we correct someone without ourselves appearing proud when they are clearly promoting something that is completely wrong and detrimental to everyone? I have discussed this in this book, but I'll speak a little bit more about it now also. To say that if we present Krishna consciousness as the ultimate truth, which it is, and we should understand that that's not a dogmatic statement. We may turn some people off just by doing so. First thing to understand is that when we say Krishna consciousness is the ultimate truth, it is not a dogmatic statement. Now we may say, well, everyone says that. Everyone thinks, the Christians, and within different Christian sects, they think our sect is right, ours is the best. Then atheists, well, they're also evangelical in promoting, certain atheists are evangelical in promoting atheism because they think it's better for the world, although why they should bother if they consider that our existence is just a blip in reality. It doesn't seem to make any sense. So we should understand why Krishna consciousness is the ultimate truth. That means we have to understand the philosophy, the teachings of Krishna consciousness. Now, it's certainly true probably in California or the west coast of the United States of America, at least California and Oregon. This New Age thinking is probably more prominent than anywhere else in the world in such a large area, in which it's a manifestation of what we call Neo-Mayavad. If anyone's interested about what I have called Neo-Mayavad, I gave a lecture on that a few days ago. Someone gave a very interesting question to me, which I expanded into a lecture. So that should be on my website soon, if it's not there already. So Neo-Mayavad, it's not the traditional Mayavad of Shankaracharya, in which they say all is one. Basically, we can boil it down to all is one, although within the traditional sampradaya of Shankaracharya, they have more than one opinion of how everything is all one. There are various interpretations. There's more than one understanding of how everything is all one. There's a problem there. But modern Neo-Mayavad, or what we could call New Age, it's more of a do-it-yourself endeavor. It's traditional Mayavad means one has to follow a sampradaya, one has to follow a guru, one has to follow teachings, one has to follow principles, one has to have a clear understanding of this murky idea, and then you can be a full-fledged Mayavadi. But in New Age, you just more or less imagine yourself to be spiritual, and that's all you have to do. And you can embellish that with some yoga exercises and some chanting of Om, and there are various things you can do. You can call yourself a Buddhist, and in various ways one can imagine oneself to be spiritual. Now, a major principle, not clearly defined, but quite apparent, of this New Age Mayavad, which interestingly is also a principle of the modern academia in all subjects, is agnosticism. The idea that, well, no one can really understand the truth fully if there is any ultimate truth, and whatever we know is subject to revision, and no one has got it all worked out. So that's true in not only in New Age, but also in science, in history, in linguistics, in every subject. That we're making more and more progress and we're understanding more things, but no one can really understand everything, and whatever we understand is subject to revision at any time when we get more knowledge or more revelations. So this is really insidious. If we are to accept that there is an ultimate truth behind everything, which we certainly do, then the idea that we can't fully know everything, it militates against theism. That there is an ultimate standard of everything, there is an ultimate person. This, although it sounds being very humble, well, we can't know everything, and we're always subject. We can always have to revise our theories, and it seems very arrogant to say that you know everything, because how can you know everything? I mean, how can you say you are right and all the rest of the world is wrong? But this kind of attitude is addressed by Krishna in Bhagavad Gita as being the attitude of the demoniac. Asatyam apratishhtante jagadahur anishvaram aparaspara sambhutam kimanyat kama haitukam. They say, the demoniacs say, that there is no ultimate truth, there is no ultimate principle, there is no ultimate controller of the universe. There's no ultimate source. Everything has come into being without any particular meaning. And what it comes down to is that by, in this way, ultimately rejecting the absolute reality, then what are they left with? Utter materialism. Material desire. I remember the first time reading in Srila Prabhupada's purport in a verse of Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Adi Lila chapter 7, in which early in Chaitanya Charitamrita, the author digresses from his introductory topics of presenting the background of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's avatar, and he digresses and he explains in some detail some of the lila, particularly the discussion of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu with Mayavadis. So he considered it so important, Krishnadas Kaviraj, that early in Chaitanya Charitamrita, he gave a long section on how Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had met with and defeated Mayavadis. This term defeat in New Age, to meet with someone and defeat them in debate, is not at all appreciated by them. Srila Prabhupada, when he undertook the translation of Chaitanya Charitamrita, he first translated this chapter, chapter 7, and published it as a separate book before he published the rest of Chaitanya Charitamrita. He published it as there's one chapter with his purports, Lord Chaitanya in 5 features. And he said he had this book distributed in the West. I remember when I joined, we were distributing these books, although it's very difficult to understand for anyone who doesn't have a background of this. And Srila Prabhupada said that this book should be given to every prominent Mayavadi in India. It shows Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's, it outlines Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's defeat of Mayavad. So this idea that, well, whatever, last night I discussed this also, Joto Mot Toto Pot. These 4 words have caused havoc in the Vedic culture. The idea that, well, all ideas are all equally valid. The Vedic culture is a prominent feature of that among the intellectuals, the Brahmanas, is a culture of debate. Not necessarily on spiritual topics, it may be on literary topics, even on medical topics, but literary topics, philosophical topics, such debates that they're more abstract, but particularly in spiritual topics, because within Vedic culture there's strong orientation toward the ultimate goal of life. So we find in the history of India much debate. How our acharyas, the Ramanuja, Madhva, especially, they would, and their followers would debate with Mayavadis, and the Ramanuja, Madhva Sampradaya Pandits, they would debate with each other also. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu didn't, or it's not emphasized so much that he debated. It's not given so much emphasis. But with scholars he would. Particularly well known are the debates with Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, Prakashananda Saraswati. But when he was in South India, it's described that he met with so many different pundits of not only Vedic but even non-Vedic. He would discuss with Buddhists and Jains, who are considered, the term given in Chaitanya Charitamrita is, what is that word? Ashambhasha, not fit to be discussed with, but he would discuss with them also. Unless one accepts the Vedas, they're not actually fit to be discussed with. Even they may be atheists, but if they bring forth the Vedas, then you can discuss with them. Buddhists, they don't accept the Vedas. So, but the Mayavadis who do accept the Vedas, they're considered worse because they say the same thing, but similar, but they do so presenting the Vedas. Vednamanya bodh hoito nashtik, Vedashritya nastikya bad bodha keyadik. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, when speaking to Mayavadis, said that because the Buddhists do not accept Veda, they're considered Nastic, which is often translated into English, usually translated into English as atheists. But the whole, as often happens in translation from one language to another, in which the whole cultural background is quite different. It's the English term atheist and the Sanskrit term Nastic, they don't really fit exactly. But Chaitanya Mahaprabhu continued that those who preach or adhere to the Buddhist doctrine under the name of the Vedas, they're worse. Because they misrepresent the Vedas, the Vedic message. So this idea, coming back to this New Age, of course, yeah, it's not that this Mayavad or impersonal idea, it wasn't invented by Buddha, it wasn't invented by Shankaracharya, it is a facet of the conditioned consciousness. When someone in conditioned consciousness becomes somewhat sophisticated but not purified, then they become attracted to demoniac and atheistic views. And we find that this is not only in India or in the Eastern world, but they're in the history of the Western world, the very short history of the Western world, which only goes back a few thousand years, but which is given inordinate importance by guess who? The Westerners. We find that there are also what we would broadly call Mayavadis, who by their mystic insights perceive that God is a mental construct. Who is that? That William James, he said that. We all know that God is a mental construct. They don't accept the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Ah, yeah, so that 7th chapter, I'm wandering here and there, that 7th chapter of Adi Lila, when I first read that, Srila Prabhupada therein commented that factually, he was talking about the Buddhists and the Mayavadis, factually both the Buddhists of Sarnath, which is a Buddhist center just north of Varanasi, and the Mayavadis of Kashi, Varanasi, they are complete materialists. So I was surprised. How is that? They don't seem to be materialists. But actually their philosophy is materialistic in the sense that they, in the case of the Buddhists, they don't accept that there's anything. Of course, we're speaking very broadly here because Buddhism is by no means a unilateral, monolithic doctrine. There are so many interpretations or because Buddha himself didn't speak much philosophy, like Jesus didn't speak much, and then it had to be extrapolated later by his followers. So, in their understanding, there's nothing spiritual. There's nothing material either. And in the Mayavad understanding, there is spiritual, and there is everything. There is spiritual, but there isn't material. Brahma Satyam Jagan Mithya. There is spiritual, but there's nothing material. But in spirit, there is nothing. Well, they say it's chinmatra. There's only consciousness and nothing else. It's very difficult to understand how there can be consciousness and nothing else, because there's no adha, or aspa. There's no source or resting place of that consciousness. There's neither vishaya or ashray. There's neither the object of consciousness, what someone is conscious of, nor is there a person to be conscious of it. So practically, it means the same thing, that there is nothing. So what we're left with, what it practically comes down to, is that both the Mayavadis, who say we follow the Vedas and argue tooth and nail with the Buddhists, but basically they have the same philosophy anyway, in essence, what they both basically come down to, they may philosophize in so many sophisticated or specious ways, but ultimately they come down to that, what else is there but matter? Because they may speak that, well, ultimately, nothing exists, this and that, but where's the next meal? That's what I say to them. In Mayavada, you say everything is all one, then why do you eat rice? Just whatever comes out your backside in the morning, put it in the front side. What's the difference? It's all one. And then they talk about vyavaharik, practical. But what if there's ultimately there's nothing? Then why are you talking about being practical? So ultimately they talk so much philosophy, but what they're actually dealing, because they have no proper concept of what is spiritual, either they deny that there is anything spiritual, or they impersonalize the spiritual. Therefore they are left with matter. That's all they have to deal with. So ultimately, they're materialists. This word materialist, in our general usage, we think of that as being someone who's very interested in getting lots of money and living a comfortable life and being concerned with prestige. But in philosophy, it means someone who thinks that matter is all in all. There's no metaphysical dimension. So in that sense, both the Buddhists and the Mayavadis are materialists. And that's what actually happens. In New Age, talk of spirit, but no purificatory process. And the idea that, well, this world is also here to enjoy. They may not even formulate it that much philosophically. So this idea that, well, everyone has their own idea and every idea is as good as any other, and if you promote something as being correct and you are correct, that means that you're saying that others are wrong, and that's proud to say that you are better than someone else. So we can try to explain to such people, but usually they're not interested to discuss such matters. Because why? Because ultimately they're demons, in the language of Bhagavad Gita. They're not interested in the search for the ultimate meaning of life. They think they got it all worked out. That the truth is flexible and self-defined. What it ultimately comes down to then is that they themselves define reality, although they're not actually very serious spiritual practitioners, but they define it according to their own understanding. Or they may define it if they're Buddhists, they may define it according to Buddha's understanding, or what someone else extrapolated Buddha's understanding to be. But this is all the Arohana Pantha, that we all just where we are now, we look at everything and we work it out ourselves. So why Buddha should be any better at doing that than anyone else? Well, they also say he's just a human being. There are different schools of Buddhism again, but why should Buddha be an authority more than anyone else? The Vedic understanding is that jnana, knowledge, is apaurushaya. It doesn't come from any person, it always exists. We may say, well, wait a minute, the Vedas, they come from Narayana. Yes, but in another sense they exist eternally, not exactly independent of Narayana, but in an important sense different from Narayana also. Knowledge and that which is to be known are inseparable, but at the same time somewhat independent of each other. Just like this is a piece of paper. The concept or the understanding that this is paper and the actual paper are not the same. But as long as this piece of paper exists, the understanding that this is a piece of paper can be attached to it. And even after it ceases to exist, the concept of paper will continue to exist. So knowledge in that sense is independent, and knowledge of the eternal is eternal. But if someone just says that, well, I'm self-realized, and this is knowledge, I discovered something new, or without reference to any eternal absolute knowledge, then that whatever they say, because they say that, it is to be rejected. So this, in the New Age, that's the knowledge or understanding or realization, it's all it comes from the individual. This is atheism. This is defiance of the supreme order, the supreme orderer. But it's widely spread, and it's very difficult to preach in such an atmosphere. It's very difficult to preach Krishna consciousness. No doubt that people, if you suggest that you know, even though they all think they know better than each other, if you openly say it, then they say, oh, you're being proud. It's very difficult to preach. I spent some time in Thailand, which is a Buddhist country. To be a Thai means to be a Buddhist, in their own estimation. I mean, there are Muslim citizens of Thailand also, but the Thai Buddhists don't They may ask someone, is he a Thai or is he a Muslim? They have an important role to play, the Muslims, in Buddhist society, the butchers, because Buddhists aren't supposed to kill animals. They can eat animals, but they can't kill them. So the Muslims do a good job for them. So very, very difficult. Yeah, I'm doing that. I'm saying how it's difficult to preach. That the Thai people are known as the smiling Thais. They'll go on smiling and smiling, they'll never get angry, but if they do get angry, they'll probably kill you. Because they're only supposed to smile, and then they bottle it all up inside, and then when they get angry, it all comes out all at once. That's part of Thai culture. So, I found in speaking to Thais that whatever you say, yeah, everything, but if you start talking about God, the Supreme God, then they become upset. They don't like this idea that there's a Supreme God. Their whole culture is one of rejection of the Supreme Authority. So, how do we correct someone? The question is here. How do we correct someone without appearing proud? It's very, very difficult in a culture in which people have got such a perverse and dishonest mentality that when you say that this is right and that is wrong, they become upset. In Mayavad or Neo-Mayavad, New Age, nothing is absolutely right, nothing is absolutely wrong, which is, again, an absurd philosophy which you certainly can't live with. But it is widely spread in modern society, and we can see how that contributes to the highly materialistic ethos, in which the idea is that, well, there's nothing really wrong unless you cause harm to others. So you can do whatever you like as long as it doesn't cause harm to others. And their definition of what is harmful relies on what they perceive to be reality, which is, what is that? Bhasmi bhutasya dehasya king puna agamano bhavit. When we die, it's all finished. So have a good time as long as you can, because anyway, it's all going to be over in a short time. And so, nothing wrong with abortion, for instance. It's just some fetal tissue. What does it matter if you kill someone? Well, they don't say kill because they've euphemized the embryo in the womb into some tissue. Nothing wrong with what we call illicit sex, because anyway, if you're as soon as you hit your 18th birthday or whichever state you're in, it may be a different. Then all of a sudden you're an adult, and you can have consensual sexual relationships. A day before that, and someone who has sexual relationship with you is a child abuser. And after that, it's all whatever you like, however you like, maybe not wherever you like yet, but it's all okay. There's no need of marriage, which in every culture, including Buddhist, is required. A religious sanctification of the union between male and female, with at least some primary understanding that there is higher order, there is God, and we should regulate this highly powerful sexual urge within marriage. But if there's no God, there's no ultimate authority, then whatever you like, as long as it doesn't cause anyone harm. But they don't realize it's harmful, because they don't know the higher order of the universe. They don't know what's harmful. They think harmful means if you like it and Your partner likes it, then where's the harm? You're not harming anyone else. And within their understanding, the continuing the perversion of the statement in the book of Genesis that God gave man dominion over the animals to mean that, great, we can cut them and eat them, and so they don't consider that the slaughterhouses are causing so much harm to the animals. So what it ultimately comes down is, well, what we like to do, that's it, that's life. Kim anyat kama hetukam. What else? So this is how you see that the atheists, the Mayavadis, the Buddhists, it's all neo-Mayavadis, New Age. It all comes down to ultimate materialism, utter materialist. Srila Prabhupada used that term. It must, even if Mayavad, as it did, started with Shankaracharya with strict principles, it must devolve into utter materialism. And the great catalyst in that was Ramakrishna with his Jotomat Totopat and Swami Vivekananda. And we have New Age, in which it's very, very difficult to preach to people because they have, with such a mentality, because they've decided a priori that no one can tell me they know better than me. That's what there's no ultimate right or wrong. So how to deal in such a situation? It is very difficult. Undoubtedly, it is very difficult. As in Thailand, it's very difficult. There's a whole philosophy. Not that in Thailand you'll find hardly any people are even philosophical, even with pretenses to be philosophers. But their culture, the underlying philosophy of their culture, is one which is a shield against theism, or against even the philosophical search for the truth. Even though New Agers may say they're philosophically searching for the truth, they're not philosophically searching for the truth. They're not honest. They're not serious about that. Because anyone who's seriously searching for the truth, they have to be very serious. They have to be willing to commit themselves. Now, who is that? Kierkegaard, the existentialist. Existentialist nowadays we think of as an atheist, but he was a Christian, or at least whatever Christian. What does that mean? Anyway. But he said that many people say that they are searching for the truth, but actually very few want to find it, because if they did, they would have to commit themselves to it. And it sounds very noble-minded to say that one is searching for the truth, but to actually commit oneself to it, to follow the rules and regulations and accept the restrictions that are required to attain the truth. That dedication, very few people are serious about that. And so they may commit themselves to a semblance of the truth also. So how to do that without appearing proud? I don't think it's possible to do it without appearing proud, because the culture that the outlook that these people have accepted is it rejects anything which impinges upon their puffed up notion of themselves as being great spiritualists. Their subtly sense gratificatory perception of themselves as being highly spiritual. The main discernible feature of their spiritualism is their ability to talk high-sounding nonsense, which it actually has no meaning, to speak in vague terms. That was one thing which I know myself, and certainly most of my god-siblings and generations afterward found so refreshing about Srila Prabhupada, that here at last is someone who speaks sense instead of nonsense posing as spiritualism. Instead of talking in vague terms, compassion, love, wonderful, beautiful, marvelous, nice, peace, but no definitions of what these terms actually mean. You throw out the term and then it's just some vague idea. But Srila Prabhupada made it specific, that's the difference. Specific means vishesha, and non-specific means nirvishesha. So Srila Prabhupada was opposed to nirvisheshavada. So people, they like to throw out these terms and it makes them sound, love, peace, compassion, but non-specific. What is that love? When you speak of love and you talk in terms of cosmic love, to speak in terms of cosmic love without defining that the object of the love is Krishna is rascaldom. And I'll explain why. Because as jivas, as tiny living beings, we do not have the capacity to love everyone. If we can love one or two people in this world intimately, that's quite an achievement. And most people nowadays can't do that, and instead they settle for a dog. How many people can you love? How many close friends can you have? If I was to tell you that I have 20,000 close friends, how can you have 20,000 close friends? You can't have. To have close friends, you have to have plenty of contact and intimate understanding that develops over time. So if we speak of cosmic love and loving all beings, suggesting that we ourselves are cosmic lovers, that is usurpation of Krishna's position. Only Krishna can do that. We can love everyone through the medium of Krishna, but we cannot independently love everyone. So this whole idea of universal, or the idea of compassion, without specific, clear, defined reference to Krishna, is another form of rascaldom. It's the idea that we can help others without giving them what they really need, who is Krishna. Or that there is any kind of helping others without giving them Krishna consciousnness. If we think we're helping others by someone's in distress, okay, give them a shoulder to cry on, or speak comforting words to them, but it doesn't help them. It's, as the example is given in the Bhagavatam, someone is feeling pain from carrying a heavy weight on their shoulder, take the weight off their shoulder and put it on the other shoulder. You feel relief, but then again you suffer. So without specifying the root cause of all our problems, which is our ignorance of and envy of Krishna, to suggest that we can help others and we feel compassion for them, it's another form of rascaldom. Now, our New Age people definitely aren't going to like that, but of course our aim and object is not to be liked by them. If our aim and object is to be liked by others, then please don't take up Krishna consciousness. Actually, the devotee can be pleasing to everyone, but as I heard at this Bhakti Fest, which takes place in the south of Southern California every year, that one of the organizers told some of our devotees that we like your kirtan, we like your prasadam, but we don't like your philosophy. So, how do we get around this? Don't speak philosophy, then they'll like us. But if we don't speak philosophy, then we're cheating them, we're cheating ourselves, and we're cheating Srila Prabhupada. So, how to speak the philosophy in such a way that people who are programmed to not accept it will accept it? Very, very difficult, not very possible. You might just find yourself getting in lots of arguments. You might find that you need to do a lot of book distribution and festivals in which the philosophy of Krishna consciousness should be spoken. But we can't stop speaking the truth because people don't like it. Then, as Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur stated, and it's quoted in the Sri Bhaktisiddhanta Vaibhav, that if I stop speaking the truth because people don't like it, then I become an enemy of the truth. I become an atheist, an inimical to Bhagavan. So it's a thankless task, no doubt, but it is a task that all the great devotees who have become known as great devotees, they didn't become known as great devotees just because they sat down and said, I love Krishna. But they went out into the world. Ramanuja, his life was threatened. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, his life was threatened. Because they spoke the truth and others didn't like it. How do we correct someone without appearing proud? When they're clearly promoting something that is completely wrong and detrimental to everyone. We have to point out that this is wrong and detrimental. But in this whole Neo-Mayavad, New Age ethos, that there is right and there is wrong, and that something can be said to be absolutely right or something can be said to be absolutely wrong, they won't even begin to discuss that because they're proudly themselves, being very proud, they've already surmised that there is no absolute right or absolute wrong, and they think it's absolutely true that there's no absolute truth. They take it as an axiom that there is no, we're always searching, and no one can say that they know everything. But Krishna says, Yomameva samudho janati purushottamam sasarvavid bhajati mam sarva bhavena bharata. Krishna says, one who knows me as the supreme person without doubting knows everything and thus worships me in all respects. So we may have to go down to baby level discussion. It's very difficult to catch these people in discussion because they're very expert in wriggling like eels, slippery eels. But you can come down to baby level. That is there right? Do you accept that there's right and wrong? If you can pin them down to giving a straightforward answer, which they're very expert in not doing, then they have to accept it at some level. For instance, we can say, well, do you believe that Hitler was, there's no right or no wrong, so Hitler was not wrong to persecute the Jews. You can use that. It's all the same. Whether he did it or not, it's all the same. There's nothing wrong. Nothing is absolutely wrong. So Hitler was not absolutely, there's nothing wrong. Is there nothing which can be said to be wrong? If I was to see a child 5 years old walking in the street and I just walk up to it and strangle it to death, it would be wrong? Not wrong? What do you think? So in this way you can go but my experience in dealing with such people, like I say, they wriggle and they change the subject and they'll just say, well, it's just words, or you don't understand, or you're spoiling the vibes and all this kind of thing. But if you can get them to engage in, it's very, very difficult to engage them in any intelligent discourse, actually. I mean, even at baby level, do you accept that there's right and there's wrong? That's how you can begin. So it's what to do. You're in such an ethos, one may have to be prepared to be disliked and called proud. You have any insights on this as your approach is, what is it? liberal distributor, strict practitioner. But you have to speak.
Hare Krishna.
People that even begin to consider to be rational, logical, or even begin to...
Come and sit a little closer, and it might get picked up by the recorder here.
People who...
I'll just interrupt you, as I want to do. I know it's a bad habit, but I'm your guru, so I can do it, in this case. It's not only New Age in America. It's an international... It transcends all boundaries and all cultures. But it is prominent in America, and especially in California. This New Age waffling.
Yeah, one reason is that most of these people don't even begin to consider the value of philosophy. To them, philosophy is yet another means for their own entertainment. So the moment the philosophy is not entertaining them, they're dropping it. In other words, they don't understand what philosophy means. Philosophy is not philosophy for them, it's just a means for entertainment.
Everything for them is. Yeah. Then to boil it down into a sutra, they're insincere.
Extremely insincere, just
very superficial people.
Completely committed to sensual gratification, subtle and gross.
Yeah.
And so, even to bring such a person to the point where you would have a conversation with this person as to how does that make sense, what you're saying, is not on the repertoire.
It doesn't matter to them whether it makes sense or not, because the only thing that makes sense to them is kim anyat kama haitukam. What else is there but to enjoy ourselves? And that actually is the, as I said, in Thailand, the predominant cultural influence is Buddhism. But in practical life, the most important word in the Thai language is sanuk, which means pleasure, and specifically sensual pleasure. That is, for instance, if someone goes away for a business meeting, and they come back and they meet a friend and said, I went for a business meeting, and they might say to him, Sanuk mai kap, was it sanuk? Was it fun? Everything is measured in terms of that. So, but there are whole cultures and philosophies which make people insincere. You had a question, comment, protest, or whatever? It's 3 major categories.
Thank you, Maharaj. Just on the one point, from my own experience, I noticed that even at the ashrams that I've stayed at, most people don't want to follow the yama and niyama either. So when
So cut it out!
Right.
People don't want to follow just rules and regulations, well, just throw it out.
Right.
And then you get lots of followers and you'll be popular and people will call you a saint and a sadhu and give you lots of money. You'll have lots of disciples. It's great. That's how it works.
So I do have something I'd like clarification on. My understanding was if you meet somebody who's, for example, atheist or Madhyavadi, that you have 3 choices.
Mayavadi.
Mayavadi.
Is that what you said?
So, pardon?
Is that what you said? Mayavadi?
Yes.
Okay. I thought I heard Madhyavadi.
No. So, one is if you know the Shastras, then you can enter into debate. If you don't know the Shastras, but let's say you're a follower, you're a strong devotee, but you don't know the Shastras very well, the other option was to kill yourself, and then the third one was to walk away, right? So my understanding is that if you meet somebody like that, and you're not very, knowledgeable about the Shastras, the best thing is not to debate, but to seek people, the people that are usually attracted to having a discussion are more open-minded, And then that's where you can enter, like if I'm reading the Gita outside in a park or something, and somebody approaches me, and then I can distribute books or enter a discussion. Can you clarify?
Yeah, there's no need to enter into useless debates with useless people.
Right.
You can just give them some.
Right, because it wastes time.
Just give them some prasadam.
Right, because it takes up a lot of time and energy.
But
and then,
there may be a case for that when other people are present. And then other people can be, if we present our case well, then other people can understand the uselessness of the other person's position. Or they may not also. If they're also in the same category of insincere rascals, they may side with them also. If we don't know Shastra well, if we're going to preach, we should understand all these things. It's all discussed in this book. Whatever I said just now is based on what's in that book.
Thank you.
It's often like that. Even many people who they may superficially like our movement, like they say, we like your kirtan, we like your prasadam, but we don't like your philosophy. Okay, so what's next? The yagya?
Would like me to introduce your books?
Okay.
Okay, I'll just take a minute here, if you allow me. There are a few books here that they're displayed on the table back there that Maharaj has authored. And afterwards, after the yagya, you could go over to the table and see if you'd like to take some of these. I'm sure you will find at least some titles, if not a whole lot of titles, that are very relevant to you. Like, for example, this is a eternally relevant beginner's guide to Krishna consciousness, which I also like to sometimes go back to. Message to the youth of India. I'm not from India. I was born in Europe. I'm not even from America, I just live here. But I found the book very interesting because history repeats itself and people are people wherever you go. I mean, cultures may different, but certain anarthas or conditions of the heart are always, not always, but almost always the same. If not same, then at least similar. So this is a really powerful message, mostly quotes from Srila Prabhupada about the downfall of spiritual India to mundane India as it is to a larger extent today. Today's presentation by Maharaj was based on this book, on speaking strongly in Krishna consciousness. Jai Srila Prabhupada, these are Maharaj's memories and other thoughts about Srila Prabhupada, eulogy of Srila Prabhupada. This is the same book, right? Just a hardcover. Brahmacharya and Krishna consciousness. Oh, okay, sorry, excuse me. Thank you. Brahmacharya and Krishna consciousness, of course, very relevant to brahmacharis, but I think, was it Jadurani who made a little contribution to this book? Prabhupada disciple, female disciple, yeah. And it's for serious devotees, really. Puts things in perspective. I mean, I'm a brahmachari, but I've read several different works by devotees about household ashram because I don't exist independently of the rest of the society. So I also ought to understand the other sections of society. Story of Rasikananda, this was a translation, is that correct, Guru Maharaj? This is a translation of a Bengali work. Summary of a translation of a story of Rasikananda Thakur. He was a modern age saint, modern age in a sense that he lived 2 generations after Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And he was a very prominent, powerful acharya in the Gaudiya Vaishnava line. Glimpses of Indian traditional life, of India like we're about to forget it. One thing is obvious in Srila Prabhupada's books, that chanting of Hare Krishna was a spiritual solution to the problems of life, ultimate spiritual solution. And the agrarian returning civilization to agrarian living and standards was his terrestrial plan to support the chanting of Hare Krishna. And the glimpses of traditional Indian life put some of these elements in perspective, how this was practiced in this part of the world. And the last book we have is On Pilgrimage in Holy India. By reading this, you'll be taken on pilgrimage. Oh, there's one more title, okay. Okay, probably. How many of you have read this? Okay, but you have it. Okay, how many of you are reading it? Okay, many. Yeah, this is by far the most comprehensive work ever written about Srila Saraswati Thakur biography, eulogized by many of Marja's godbrothers and sisters. There are also a few books in... There's Ramayana in English. Okay. Hey, I'll just show the cover of... I'm not sure what language is this. Gujarati, okay. Same cover, there's the Ramayana in English. By the way, this is the only Ramayana that I know in ISKCON that presents Lord Rama as the Supreme Personality of Godhead and is the story that's told accurately and authentically. Valmiki Ramayana. So it's available in several languages. There are also books in other languages. That seems to be Hindi. This was Gujarati. What other languages are there? Bengali, Telugu. Tamil, okay. There are also DVDs and CDs of Marja's lectures. You can find them there, and there's a variety of them. DVDs and CDs, yeah. Like that.
Yeah, MP3 format, yeah. There are some video. Yes, there are video DVDs also. Yes.
And this poster puts things in perspective. This is based on the Vedic description of the universe, including the spiritual creation. Anyways, it's available on the table there, right? Gokul Chandra Prabhu put it together, right? The same devotee who made this presentation wrote a book, Who is Supreme? It's available on the table. Gives Vedic evidence as to how to identify the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Establishes the Supreme Personality of Godhead by Vedic evidence. That's the book.
That's in response to various things.
So I think, and Guru Maharaj will sign the books, of course, whatever items you take. Prabhu, you're the priest? So will you instruct devotees as to where you want to sit them, not turn their backs to deities and things?
The back should be turned to the deities, and then Tinatri Prabhu. Hare Krishna. So the next part will be the yajna. So My only request is that please don't sit in a position where your back is facing the deities. And it's going to be a short yajna, and there will be Harinam while the yajna is going on. And when the Mangalacharan prayers actually start, then we can stop the Harinam. You can sit, yeah. You can sit. So, Priyagishwari, you lead Harinam, but it's soft.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtayo Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunnavadi Pasyato Deshotarine.
Namaste.
Esho Shunnavadi Pasyato Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi
Run to the DT room and get 3-4 givics right now. Givics, soft givics.
Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda
Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta-vrinda.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare. Thank you.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna. Just 1 minute after this. So, Kedaranatha Prabhu will just start with the Achman prayers. We'll start with the Achman, which is a purificatory process, and then we repeat the mantra. Should I start, Maharaj? Yeah. So, please repeat after me. Om Apavitra Pavitro Va Sarvavasthan Gatopi Va Yah Smaret Pundarikaksham Sabhabhya Bhyantara Suchihi Sri Vishnu Sri Vishnu Sri Vishnu. So you first take some water in your right hand and put it on the left hand, and then clean the left hand, and then you take the water and put it on the right hand, right? And then Om Keshavaya Namaha, Om Narayanaya Namaha, Om Madhavaya Namaha, Om Govindaya. Govindaya Namaha is you just throw it down. Please repeat after me. Om Apavitra Pavitro Va Sarvavasthan Gatopi Va Yah Smaret Pundarikaksham Sabhabhya Bhyantara Suchihi Sri Vishnu Sri Vishnu Sri Vishnu. Again you take Om Keshavaya Namaha, Om Narayanaya Namaha, Om Madhavaya Namaha, and then Om Govindaya Namaha. Let's do the last time for the same mantra. Om Apavitra Pavitro Va Sarvavasthan Gatopi Va Yah Smaret Pundarikaksham Sabhabhya Abhyantara Suchihi Sri Vishnu Sri Vishnu Sri Vishnu. You can start, Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ramo Ramo Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo 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 Hare Hare. Everybody. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Om Prajapati Vishnu Rishi Prajasti Chanda Shri Vishnu Devata Agni Stapane Vinyoga Om Burbu Swaha Om Deeparchireva
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Kesha Agnidipa Samadvaya Namaha
Nitai Gaurango Nitai Gaurango Gaurahari Rango Nitai Gaurango Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Keshadupa Samadvaya Namaha
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare.
Paramam padam sada pashyanti suryo diva chakshuratam sanvimanayo tad viparsho pranyo jagruvam chaha samindate vishnoryat param.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Krishna kasham kridadisho mukhya prabhu pujya Krishno nadis tasmin jannantara bahye yanmangalam labhyate takriti aham kraturham yajna swadaham aham aushadam.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare,
Sasino Vasudevo
Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Vishweshwara Sasino Hrishikesho Hare Dadatu, Sasino Vainateyo Hari, Sasino Jnasito Hare Bhagavato Dadatu, Swasti Swasti Sumangala Kesho Mahan, Sri Krishna Sachidananda Gana, Sarveshwareshwaro Dadatu.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama
Om Prabhu Anuruddha Pashvaya Pashvaya Kapate Bhagaya Pata Sarva Bhutastha Ketapo Ketam Napunatu Vagisha Vacham Naswadudatu. Om Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram.
Hare Krishna Krishna.
Okay. So the next part of the observation is that we offer Mangalacharan prayers, which glorify the spiritual succession in which we are taking, in which Kedaranatha Prabhu is taking initiation today. And so this Mangalacharan prayers start with the famous mantra Om Ajnanatimirandasya. So Prabhu, I am going to say the mantra, you can repeat after me. And when I say Swaha, you can take some grains which are there in front of you and you can offer it to the fire. So, Om Ajnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshuhu Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Swaha Swaha Swaha. You take some grains, yeah, and put it in the fire. Once, twice, thrice. When I say Swaha, you can yeah. Please repeat after me. Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamahyam Dadati Swa Padantikam Swaha Swaha Swaha. Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurum Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tvam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam श्री राधा कृष्ण पदान सहगणा ललिता श्री विशाखान्वितंश्च स्वाहा 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 नमा ओम विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति विकास स्वामी निति नामिने स्वाहा 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 नमा ओम विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांता स्वामी निति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवं गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषा शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशा तारिणे स्वाहा 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 नमा ओम विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति सिद्धांता सरस्वती निति नामिने श्री वर्षभानावि देवी दयिताया कृपाब्दये कृष्ण संबंधा विज्ञान दायिने प्रभवे नमः स्वाहा 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 माधुर्योज्वला प्रेमाद्या श्री रूपानुगा भक्तिदा श्री गौरा करुणशक्ति विग्रहाय नमोस्तुते नमस्ते गौरवाणी श्रीमूर्तये दीनतारिणे रूपानुगा विरुद्धापा अपसिद्धांता ध्वांता हारिणे स्वाहा 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 नमो भक्ति विनोदाय सच्चिदानंदा नामिने गौरशक्ति स्वरूपाय रूपानुगा वरायते स्वाहा 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 गौराविर्भावा भूमेस्त्वं निर्देष्टा सज्जनप्रियः वैष्णवा सार्वभौमा श्री जगन्नाथाय ते नमः स्वाहा 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 वाञ्छा कल्पा तरुभयश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्य एव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः स्वाहा 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 हे कृष्णा करुणा सिंधो दीनबंधो जगतपते गोपेशा गोपिका कांता राधा कांता नमोस्तुते स्वाहा 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 जयतं सुरतौ पंगोर मम मंदा मतेर्गतिः मत्सर्वस्वा पदाम्भोजौ श्री श्री राधा मदन मोहनौ स्वाहा 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 दिव्याद वृंदारण्या कल्पद्रुमदः श्रीमद् रत्नागरा सिंहासनस्थौ श्रीमद् राधा श्रीलगोविन्ददेवौ प्रेष्टालिभिः सेव्या मानव स्मरामि स्वाहा 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 श्रीमान रासा रसारंभी वंशीवटा तटस्थितः कर्षन्वेनुर स्वनैर्गोपीर गोपीनाथा श्रियस्तुनः स्वाहा 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 तप्तकांचना गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानु सुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये स्वाहा 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 श्री कृष्णा चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंदा श्री अद्वैता गदाधारा श्रीवासादि गौरा भक्तवृंदा स्वाहा 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 ओम हरे कृष्णा
कृष्णा
हरे कृष्णा
हरे कृष्णा
कृष्ण कृष्णा
कृष्णा कृष्णा
हरे हरे
हरे हरे
हरे रामा
हरे रामा
हरे रामा राम रामा
राम राम
हरे हरे
हरे हरे
स्वाहा
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 स्वाहा ओम हरे कृष्णा
हरे कृष्णा
हरे कृष्णा
हरे कृष्णा
कृष्ण कृष्णा
कृष्णा कृष्णा
हरे हरे
हरे हरे
हरे रामा
हरे रामा
हरे रामा
हरे रामा
राम रामा
राम राम
हरे हरे
हरे हरे
स्वाहा
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 ओम
ओम
हरे कृष्णा
हरे कृष्णा
हरे कृष्णा
हरे कृष्णा
कृष्ण कृष्णा
कृष्ण कृष्णा
हरे हरे
हरे हरे
हरे रामा
हरे रामा
हरे रामा
हरे राम
राम रामा
राम राम
हरे हरे
हरे हरे
स्वाहा
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 स्वाहा.
स्वाहा.
So this concludes the Mangalacharan prayers, where we offer our respectful obeisances and seek blessings from our previous acharyas in the Guru Parampara. And the next step is called Prayashchita Homa, wherein we offer or beg for our forgiveness for any offenses that we might have committed as the course of our fire sacrifice. So kindly repeat after me. Just let me get that particular verse here. Just double check it. Om Mantrahinam Kriyahinam Bhaktihinam Janardana Yat Pujitam Maya Deva Paripurnam Tadastu me swaha swaha swaha. Om aparada sahasrani kriyante har nisham maya dasoham itimam matva kshamasva madhusudanaha swaha swaha swaha. Om pratigna tava govinda name bhakta pranashyati iti samsmritya pranan samadhara yami aham swaha swaha swaha. So the next thing is you take the banana, and then this is a purnahuti, or the final sacrifice or final offering. So kindly you can stand up for this. Om Namo Brahmanya Devaya Go Brahmana Hitaya Cha Jagatitaya Krishnaya Govindaya Namo Namaha Swaha Swaha Swaha. Now you can keep the banana there. Thank you. Probably you can keep.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Hey Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Nitai Gaurango, Nitai Gaurango, Nitai Gaurango, Gaura Hari. We'll finish. 2 minutes. Nitai Gaurango, Nitai Gaurango, Nitai Gaurango, Gaura Hari. Jai Sachinandana, Jai Sachinandana, Jai Sachinandana, Gaura Hari. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Jai Radha Madan Mohan ki, Jai Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ki, Jai Nishingadev Bhagavan ki. Hare Krishna. শরীরা বিদ্যা জাল জড়েন্দ্রিয় তাহে কাল জীবে ফেলে বিষয় সাগরে তার মধ্যে জিহ্বায়তি লোভময় সুদূরমতি তাকে জেতা কঠিন সংসারে কৃষ্ণ বড় দয়াময় করিবারে জিহ্বা জয় সপ্রসাদ অন্ন দিল ভাই সেই অন্নামৃত পাও রাধা কৃষ্ণ গুণ গাও প্রেমে ডাকো শ্রী চৈতন্য নিতাই মহাপ্রসাদে গোবিন্দে নম ব্রহ্মণি বৈষ্ণবে স্বল্প পুণ্যবতম রাজন বিশ্বাস নৈব জায়তে জয় নিমাই জয় নিতাই জয় শ্রীকৃষ্ণ চৈতন্য প্রভু নিত্যানন্দ শ্রী অদ্বৈত গদাধর শ্রীবাসাদি শ্রী গৌর ভক্তবৃন্দ হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম 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 হরে হরে Please come and take prasadam.
Hare Krishna, please take prasadam in the Krishna room so that we don't have to close the temple altar here. Thank you.
Hare Krishna, we thank all our online viewers for joining us today. We are going to stop the broadcast in just a moment. Thank you so much, and we will be again going live tomorrow starting at 4 p.m. US Pacific time. Hare Krishna.